Welcome. Perfect timing podcast back in the building, everybody, for Watch a Taco Tuesday. What's up with you? Trump news. Giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Double tap hit the like button as you come in, man. Welcome to the Purpose of a Podcast. Welcome to the live stream. I know a lot of you have been like, man, I need to catch this guy live. You haven't hit the subscribe. You haven't hit the notification bell. Hit the subscribe. Hit the notification bell. Hit the subscribe. Hit the notification bell. That way you know when I'm live. That way you know when I'm live. Let me clear my throat. Let me get some of this herbal tea in my system. Let me get some of this herbal tea in my system. I'm coming to you live from Memphis. This is Perfect Timing Podcast on your YouTube airways, #1 podcast for geopolitical and domestic debate. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Let's get a goal rocket right now. Let's get a super chat goal. I want to say thank you to everybody who's been doing the super chats, who have been supporting. You know what I'm saying? We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it going. What is that? Is that double tap hit the like button, everybody? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious golly me. Oh my goodness gracious golly me. Double tap hit the like button. Oh my goodness gracious golly me. Thank you guys. Welcome in. This is another Taco Tuesday. I was just talking about Watch a Taco Tuesday when we was rudely interrupted by that guy who got canceled. You know, remember the cancel? Remember he was on, I think he was on Grey's Anatomy and he got canceled or something like that. Remember Me Too? Anybody remember Me Too? Does anybody remember? I mean, this is a great question to start the podcast off. Does anybody remember why you voted for Trump? Can I get that in the chat? Let's have a discussion. Can I get in the chat? Can you tell me why you voted for Trump, or can you tell me why you voted against Trump? Now, keep in mind, all of you who don't have enough common sense in your head, we have a Republican Senate and a Republican House, and Trump got a mandate, and 80% of the people voted for Trump. So if you want to make jokes, you can make jokes, and this is just less than 14 months ago. I mean, the cognitive dissonance, the TDS is real. I mean, Trump has not, we have a 4-year term. This same thing happened with COVID. Trump came in like gangbusters. Trump came in like he was cleaning up a corporation, right? America's a corporation. And as soon as Trump started getting some headway in his first administration, we got Fauci. You know, Fauci's one of Fauci's cronies is being prosecuted today and charged with lying about the Wuhan leak. Remember, they tried to say that the COVID virus was a natural occurring thing, and Fauci said we never did gain of function testing, and they lied about well, now someone's getting prosecuted. So tell me in the chat, why did you vote for Trump? If you want to go back to the first time you voted for Trump, you can tell me that. But you could tell me this time, why did you vote for Trump? Because this time you got more votes. This time you got more votes. I mean, was it Afghanistan? Was it Biden's pulling out of Afghanistan? Was it the lack of leadership on the Democrat side? Was it the lack of organization? Was it the fact that it wasn't you had something against Kamala, but it was the fact that how they rolled out Kamala, that you found it difficult to get behind and believe that Kamala would be, and Tim Walz would be the savior and be able to do what Trump has done. Now, keep in mind, when 14 months ago, when your choice was out of Kamala and Trump, and think about it, Tim Walz as the vice president, we have J.D. Vance, we have Jared Kushner, Steve Wilkoff, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio. We have Maduro successfully out of Venezuela, $7 billion in Venezuelan oil already being captured, right? We have Cuba about to change regimes. Marco Rubio doing a great job. Just think about it. With Trump's presidency and Trump's administration, you don't just talk, you can't just say Kamala versus Trump, because with Kamala, you would have gotten a lot of the, you never would have got the tariffs, right? You would have got NVIDIA and a lot of those people just having their way. The technocrats would have had their way. But Keep in mind what you have now in comparison. We had a geopolitical nightmare when Biden was in office. Israel happened under Biden. I'm asking, why did you vote for Trump? Israel happened under Biden. Russia invaded Ukraine under Biden. We have all these conflicts. When Trump says I solved 8 wars, they all came out under Biden, right? So when people say, when I'm asking you, why did you vote for Trump and why did Trump get such a mandate? It's a valid question because I want to know, did you believe that Kamala would have you here? Did you believe that Kamala could have gotten a peace agreement in Gaza? We're not talking about Gaza anymore. Israel is bombing Iran. What else does it mean when we say Israel is bombing Iran? Well, Israel is not bombing Gaza anymore, right? Israel is bombing Lebanon until Trump told them to stop bombing Lebanon. That means Israel is not bombing Gaza. How many people knew about the proximity to Lebanon to Israel? A lot of people didn't know that, right? They just demonized Israel, not knowing that Lebanon borders them. So just like Russia had an issue with the Ukraine, it would make sense that Israel had an issue with Lebanon. But still, same question, why did you vote for Trump? Now, we had Gazans being killed by the thousands, children, hospitals being blown up every day under Biden. There was people protesting, people were upset. Every rapper, every actor came out against Israel in the occupation. No one truly understood Iran's party in that, and the Iranian proxies, and how during that whole time under Biden, there were no sanctions on the Straits of Hormuz. So the Iranians were free to make tons and billions of dollars funding their proxy war. So again, we're talking about, why did you vote for Trump? Do you guys understand, if Kamala, think about the situation we were in the Middle East, in Israel. Some of you who hate Israel and the Jews, you may like this scenario, but think about this. The scenario in my theory that I put forth, is that when Biden left Afghanistan, he created a power vacuum and Israel was getting beat up. A lot of intelligent people in my chat agree with me, and they know, and they've done their research. They've actually read about the bombing campaigns, how the Red Sea was taken over by the Houthis with Iranian drones and missiles, Hezbollah 100,000 missiles and $700 million a year, Hamas with $300 million a year. There was a power vacuum. The other day, you got to understand what we're talking about today. We're going to talk about the UAE leaving OPEC. We're going to talk about the changing global climate. Like I said before, the king, what is his name? King Charles and the Queen is visiting America. Scott Jennings, my brother, I have to disagree with you, because I've said America and the romance is over. We're no longer a majority white nation. We will never be a majority white nation again. And Scott, your understanding of the West, I think, is antiquated and outdated, because we are no longer a majority white nation. That statistic just came in this year. For the first time, it's less than 60%, and it's only going to go down. By the time my child is a teenager, it will be a majority minority country. So our love affair with the monarchy, our love affair with Europe and NATO is changing, right? Brexit, the UK left the EU. The UK left the EU. That's the first part of this, right? It's not just me saying these things. You got to understand, we can't get to OPEC. You understand, you guys? We can't get to OPEC unless we first go through Brexit and the UK leaving the EU and the global ramifications to colonizer and colonialism and what that meant when the UK left the EU, right? What did that mean to the dollar? What was it? The pound, the currency? UK citizens are no longer citizens of the EU. I was watching a video of a young man who moved to Cyprus, and he was shocked about the taxes because he wanted to go to Cyprus for tax benefits. But the reason he wanted to go to Cyprus is he forgot about Brexit. Double tap, hit the like button. He forgot. He's only 21 years old, but remember I told you, I asked my wife about the Berlin Wall in East and West Berlin and East and West Germany. He forgot about Brexit. When he got there, he did not get the benefits he thought he would have because he is a UK non-EU resident. Do you guys understand what I'm saying right now? This 21-year-old man is a UK non-EU resident. As we talk about global shifts, as we talk about OPEC, in the 1970s, there was an oil crisis. Whenever you hear someone who was a baby boomer from the silent generation, Chuck Schumer, and they talk about Iran and the oil, you got to understand these are the same people who keep bringing up COINTELPRO and civil rights and things from the 1960s and the 19th century. When they talk about oil, they are referring back to a time when they, in the 70s, when OPEC had 50% of the world's resources and they held the world's oil. This is an illegal cartel. This is an illegal cartel that illegally set prices. And so they're referring to a time when OPEC had power. Now, what has changed with this Venezuela? Venezuela has the largest deposits. We were already making billions. Somebody in my chat, W-chat, already talked about the Qatari offshore fund where $7 billion is sitting. We're getting crude out of Venezuela. We're rebuilding our Chevron plants. This is happening now, not 6 months from now. Now we're making billions from Venezuela now. I am talking about a global shift now. NATO, Spain, Starmer, Macron, the UK, EU, everything is changing. The death of the Queen, King Charles, everything is changing. Whiteness, OPEC, the UAE, Saudi, Africa, everything is changing. Wake up, wake up, wake up, you purple hair protesting pricks. And the Democrats are on the wrong side. And the Democrats are on the wrong side of change. The Democrats are on the wrong side of change. And can I say it? You know what I like to say. It's Watch It Taco Tuesday. I was right. I was right. Trump was right. I was right. And Trump was right. What do you mean? When you look at the geopolitical ramifications of the UAE leaving OPEC, why they want to leave OPEC, and how it benefits America. Not in the short term, but the UAE has always wanted to produce more barrels of oil than they've been allowed to. They have signaled that they are leaving OPEC on May 1st, which will allow them to produce 10 million more barrels of oil, which will make the price of oil go down, and Americans will benefit again. Americans benefit from Venezuela. Americans benefit strategically from Cuba no longer being communist, and Americans are benefiting from the fact that the UAE and the Saudis cannot get their oil out of the Straits of Hormuz either. We don't never really talk about this. So Iran thought they was a big dog by closing the Straits of Hormuz, right? But they can't get their oil out either, right? They can't get their oil out either. So the UAE and the Saudis can't get their oil out either. And this is affecting global markets, global shifts. So now the UAE is signaling that on May 1st, they will leave OPEC, right? They will leave OPEC. And this again is saying Trump was right, I was right. And the player haters need to go to school and learn how to read. Learn how to read. Look at the Democrats, how they stand and applaud for King Charles, right? Remember, they are the party who pushes no king rallies, yet they give him a standing ovation and rush to shake his hand. Thank you for the selective outrage. Who is this? First name, last name, H6V. Double tap, hit the like button. What a great commentary. What a great commentary. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. Double tap, hit the like button. Thank everybody for coming in. See, I know I'm triggering people with that thumbnail, with Donald Trump with the crown. So I have a great thumbnail. I'm a creative. I'm a creative content creator. I love my job. I love the support that I get from my listeners, which allows me to be more creative and more informational and share with you this great information and my theories and opinions. Keep in mind, I've been steadfast with my support for America because it's America first. I've been steadfast with my support for America and my support for Trump and my support for Trump going back to Venezuela. Our geopolitical understanding of Venezuela, our geopolitical understanding of Cuba, and how Trump's tariffs, there's so much people don't understand. How are we here right now? See, Biden, when I asked when we first started the show, why did you vote for Trump? This is a real question. Why did you vote for Trump? See, Biden would not have us here right now because Biden was not respected. Trump even talked about the Saudis in the UAE, and he said how the king didn't want to have to kiss his ass. but he understood that Trump has big balls and Trump has made power plays going back to the 12-day war last year, going back to the 12-day war where he dropped those 2 bombs. You know, Mario, you've asked a lot of questions. The Iranians are bragging about they have these long-range ballistic missiles, and Mario said, why haven't they used them again? Mario, why haven't they done anything since the 12-day war? So a lot of people want to say Iran is this. I've already stated we won the war in Iran. What is happening right now when Iran is looking at the UAE leaving OPEC? Iran has asked Trump to please open up the straits. This is what I said about Iran, and I've compared it to Cuba. You're only going to hear this perspective here on the Purpose Time podcast. Cuba has a 96,000 person backlog at hospitals. Cuba has been without oil and fuel and power going on 3 months. Cuba has been without oil, power, and fuel going on 3 months. We did this purposely as a tactic to get regime change and Cuba no longer be communist, right? We went to Venezuela first. Venezuela fell in 3 minutes. I repeat, Venezuela fell in 3 minutes. We have now collected $7 billion from Venezuela in oil revenue. These are facts that cannot be disputed. We destroyed 30 drug boats and we captured 25 oil tankers. In the manifesto of the Whcd shooter, Alan, what is his name? Cole Allen Thomas. We're going to talk about him today. We're going to talk about the manifesto. But one of the things he talked about when he talked about the shooting and him wanting to unalive Trump and the leadership, he talked about drug boats and fishermen. He talked about, I did an expose. America is making power moves. Double tap hit the like button. I did an expose. I did an expose on the double tap. See, and when we discuss, this is the thing about people who want to come in and hate on Trump but don't have facts. I said, well, if you're upset about the drug boats, do you know when Pete Hegseth gave the order? Because this was a standing order that's been standing for 6 months. When you heard about the drug boats, when Rachel Maddow came on television crying, when Rachel Maddow said, why can't we pull over the drug boat like it's a car on the highway? And I said, this is why you can't have women in leadership roles. Rachel Maddow questions Navy SEAL Team 6. Rachel Maddow almost suggested that Navy SEAL Team 6 would be prosecuted for murder. So I said to the people who believe Rachel Maddow, how many drug boats were taken out? You understand what I'm saying? Because a lot of people talk about these topics and they don't have knowledge of the topics. Simple question. How many drug boats were taken out? What we're talking about right now is the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter. What's his name? Cole Allen Thomas Cole, whatever his name is. And in his manifesto, he talks about, and I had a debate about this the other day. People are very confused. He talks about the school in Iran, the girls' school, and that's propaganda. I don't believe that was a girls' school. There's no evidence that it was a school full of girls. We haven't seen skulls. We haven't seen diaphragms. I don't know that that was a school full of girls. I know Iranian propaganda and CNN, who's supposed to be an American company, inside of Iran, it put on the news to make Trump look bad that Trump blew up a school full of girls. We don't see any girls, but they said the school was a girls' school and it was full of girls. Now think about what we know about the IRGC and what we know about Iran, what we know about Shia Muslim, Shia law, the caliphate. Why would there be a school, an all-girls school that used to be part of a military base? The only reason, and this is the propaganda right here, the only reason it's not considered part of the military base is because Iran put out propaganda saying we drew lines. Think about this. Think about this. We always talk about maps and lines drawn on paper. Iran, when the school was blown up, number one, the school was blown up as part of a bombing campaign of an Iranian military base. We bombed the whole base. We had schematics on the base. And when we bombed the base, that school, and military schools are part of bases. You know, soldiers get trained, right? So if we're bombing a base, we're bombing the school, we're at fucking war. Double tap hit the like button. If we're bombing a base, we're bombing everything on the fucking base, including the fucking, especially the fucking school. So then they come out and say, well, you guys blew up an all-girls school and you killed girls. And then this guy runs into the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He wants to kill Trump. He writes a manifesto saying, I can't support Trump because you killed little girls. And then he says, you killed fishermen. But the school was on a base. And the only reason that you have to believe that it was not a military school because the Iranians put out a new blueprint that said, well, the school was on the base 5 years ago, but recently we redrew the lines and now the school is outside of the base, just 5 feet from the base. So America killed innocent kids. Can you guys believe this shit? And CNN never tells the truth. CNN never tells the truth. CNN doesn't say that, no, America didn't do anything wrong. America bombed a base during the military campaign. This school has always been part of the base. Now, Iran, who is our enemy, has put out a new propaganda saying that the school is no longer part of the base. But how the fuck would America know that? And why the fuck would America care? Why the fuck would your enemy give a fuck or care that you redrew some lines and we're at war? We don't give a fuck. I never gave a fuck about that school, and no one has ever proved to me that they weren't soldiers. Remember Rihanna? Rihanna was a soldier, and where Rihanna is, everybody at 18 has to join the military. So I don't believe that school was full of innocent little girls because they haven't proved it. It was enough to put out a headline that says America kills 150 girls in the school. That was enough. That was enough. No proof. I didn't see no girls on fire. I didn't see no girls going to that school. I didn't see any proof that there were little girls in that school. How do we know that school was not training soldiers on how to use drones? How do we know that school was not training people on how to fire small range missiles like they're shooting at boats on the lake? How do we know what was being trained in that school and if it was all females? I haven't seen any video, any proof that was an all-girls school in the age of the girls. But we do know for a fact that school was once part of that Iranian military base that we bombed. We know that for a fact. But people don't care about facts. People don't care about facts. We know that for a fact. We know that for a fact. So the White House shooter is going off of Democratic narratives where the Democrats are lying about Trump, lying about Iran in hopes to get votes in 2026. The Democrats are lying about Trump. The Democrats are lying about Iran. MAGA, 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 America first. MAGA, 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 Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the blues. This is a MAGA channel, MAGA first, America first, and we are intelligent. We are MAGA, we are Republican, and fuck the Democrats, and fuck the Democrats. I gotta get that said. I gotta get that said. I gotta get that said because the algorithm think it's gonna fuck with me today. Fuck the Democrats, MAGA, 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 Trump, Trump, Trump. MAGA, 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 Trump, Trump, Trump. Fuck the Democrats, fuck NATO, fuck Starmer, fuck Macron. We talking about real shit this morning. How many drug boats was blown up for all the motherfuckers who support the White House shooter? The White House shooter said Trump killed fishermen. The White House shooter said Trump killed a girls' school. How many drug boats were blown up? Oh, they need to assassinate. They need to execute that motherfucker. How many drug boats were blown up? Everybody got something to say. This motherfucker tried to kill our president based off the bullshit that be on TV. How many drug boats? See, I did a real story. There were 25 drug boats blown out the fucking water by SEAL Team 6, and over 100 drug dealers murdered and thousands of cocaine destroyed. On the day, MAGA, MAGA, on the day in question, in the drug boat in question that received a double tap. And that's because SEAL Team 6 is motherfucking professionals and they complete the motherfucking job. What's that movie about the Army Rangers? All the way. All the way. Can I get support the troops in the chat? Can I get support the troops in the chat? Support the troops in the chat. All the way. all the way. Support the troops in the chat. So 25 drug boats were blown up. The drug boat in question that triggered the White House shooter. Are you guys listening? I'm going to play the manifesto again. The drug boat in question that was quoted by the White House shooter, the one that made famous by the infamous double tap from SEAL Team 6, it was a fast boat. It was not a fishing boat. He needs to spend the rest of his life in jail or be executed. It was a fast boat. It was not a fishing boat. It was a fast moving boat moving at over 100 knots. It was coming into the Southcom region, which is American waters, at night. Listen to what I am saying to you. This is a fast boat, a fast moving speedboat using the cover of night. It had 10 TDA, Trinidad Agua cartel members on the boat and thousands of kilos of cocaine. MI6 identified the boat, how fast it was going. The reason we have such great video is because they have great technology and night vision. When you have a boat moving that fast at 3 o'clock in the morning, using the night as a shield, you don't pull them over. And they're continuing to the American coast, you take them out. I believe even while the Pete Hegseth standing order, the Navy SEAL Team 6 had enough information to take out that boat, because we don't just allow fast moving speedboats full of unidentified men just dock on the American soil. Can we agree with that? Double tap, hit the like button. Get the motherfucking likes up. I don't know what the fuck going on with the algorithm, with the fucking low numbers and all this fucking shit, but get the motherfucking likes up. For some fucking reason, we've been trapped in the motherfucking algorithmic slump. I just flipped through and some bitch talking about why you voted for Trump got 400 people watching. Why the fuck we got 40 fucking people watching? And this bitch who don't know what the fuck she talking about got 400 people watching. Where the fuck my viewers at? Where the fuck? This is the fucking shit I'm talking about with fucking YouTube. How the fuck I get in this motherfucking algorithm slump? This bitch got 400 people watching her. This bitch don't know shit she talking about. Got 400 people watching her. What the fuck this bitch talking about? She ain't got as many viewers as me. This bitch ain't got the motion I got. This bitch got 400 people watching her. And YouTube didn't put me in the goddamn algorithmic slump. I'm so motherfucking pissed, boy. I'm so motherfucking pissed. I get 240,000 views. So I say, okay, let me get my StreamYard game up. I'm going to do StreamYard horizontal and vertical. I pay the money to StreamYard, a bunch of money, and the next day I do my live stream and I freeze. And then my algorithm just goes the fuck down. I've been kicked the fuck out the algorithm ever since I paid StreamYard that bunch of money and StreamYard Pro. I am so pissed that StreamYard, nobody ever fucking used StreamYard. I am so pissed. And YouTube, fuck YouTube too. I am so fucking pissed. This is a big story, and these Democrats are going to away with the story because of a pussy ass algorithm and pussy ass YouTube politics. Unbelievable. Where the fuck is my real audience? Where the fuck are my real subscribers? I don't see no members. Ain't nobody doing a super chat. Get the motherfucking likes up. Everybody in here, get the motherfucking likes up. Nobody hitting the like button the last couple days. Everybody acting like their fingers broke. I know you motherfuckers is 50 and 60. This is the thing about my audience. I'm going to start playing music and doing different shit, put bitches, talk about black women, because I don't want you old motherfuckers watching me anymore. I don't want you old 65-year-old pussy-ass racist white man watching me anymore. I got all these old motherfuckers who watch me and they don't support the channel. They don't fucking hit the like button. They don't, these 65-year-olds, they don't understand social media. They don't understand the algorithm. And they come in here and they fuck up the goddamn channel. They come in here with their stupid shit. They want to say something. They smart. You're not smarter than me because I'm black. You're fucking stupid. That's why your stupid ass is at home watching me. Just fucking up the algorithm, bro. Just fucking up the algorithm, bro. Fucking up the algorithm. 400 views on that cunt. 400 people watching that cunt. Don't make no motherfucking sense, man. The worst part is it's just people who want to do YouTube. It's the bitch is just a person who wants to do YouTube. The bitch is not somebody who actually knows about geopolitics, not old enough to have voted in a couple of elections. These are people who see me, see my views, see my popularity, and say, oh, I want to talk about Trump. If I talk about Trump, my YouTube channel will do good. They don't know shit what they're talking about. They don't know shit about geopolitics. We going to Memphis. We going to Memphis. We going to Memphis right now. Matter of fact, let's back it up. Let's back it up. Let's back it up right now. Let's back it up. Ain't no rush. Ain't no rush, algorithm. Algorithm is not gonna fuck with me today. Ain't no rush. I am not gonna be dismayed by the algorithm and the algorithmic slump. I'm not even gonna be rushed. Yesterday, at one point, I had like 6 viewers. I got millions of views, millions of viewers, and yesterday I had at the lowest point 6 viewers. So I'm being shadow banned. So if I'm being shadow banned, why am I working so hard? Why am I working so hard? If I'm being shadow banned, why am I working so hard? I should just kick it. If I'm gonna be shadow banned, let's just kick it. What y'all want to talk about? Anybody in the chat want to Devon, Devin, Rob? What y'all want to talk about? Anybody want to talk about something? Let's go. Rob don't have shit to say. Nate said, Rob, what you got to say about the Southern Poverty Law Center? He don't say shit. They just come in here and hate. He don't get no pussy. It's a lot of pussyless motherfuckers. So look, I did a graph. I was doing my research on the shooter, right? So I do a lot of research, man. I do a lot of research, and I've you know what I've been doing? I wrote 3 books. I think you guys will be proud of me. I wrote 3 books. When just if you listen to my theories, and it'd be intelligent people who be coming in that be listening to my theories. If you listen to my theories, then you'd be like, man, some people would say, yo, you should put this shit in a book. I did. I've written 3 books on my theories so far. And the reason I had to write the books is because it's so surprising to me why so many people are like the guy who tried to do the White House shooting. Like, I wish, the government, I work hard at this YouTube shit because I think it's important. And this shooting just shows how important my channel is. And it shows how fucked up life in America really is. Like, life in America is really fucked up. Like, you have people with counter narrative who's presenting the truth that don't get heard. And it's so loud. The bullshit is so loud that this young man is going to spend the rest of his life in jail, and he tried to kill the president. That's how loud the bullshit is. That's how loud the bullshit is. And it's kind of fucked up, man. It's kind of fucked up. So I was doing some research on this guy, right? And one of the things I'd like to do is I like to put together, I believe there's a profile being established. I believe there's a profile. When we look at these guys and who they are and what they are, and you see, like, I did a through line. I did a through line when I talked about Biden. So you charge some suckers $5. You told AI to write 3 books about conspiracy theories. Smelly Socks 410. You think it's just easy money, but it was written by AI. What have you written, Smelly Socks? What have you written? What have you accomplished in life, you bitch, you? What's your channel? Somebody tell me. Y'all go to Smelly Socks. You can go to his channel. How many subscribers does Smelly Socks 410 have? I mean, sometimes it's like, it's easy to embarrass. It's like a teacher in school. It's always the people who are pussy ass, unsuccessful pricks who have a negative comment. How many subscribers do you have, Smelly Socks 410? How much pussy did you get pussy last night? Did you get some pussy last night? How much money is in your bank account? Come on, smelly socks. Huh? I don't think subs equal value. That's simple-minded. Of course. This is one of those pussies in school who fuck with you. You have to beat their ass. This is I beat people ass like you a lot. Plenty to retire. And of course, it's an old racist fucker. It's an old racist fucker. It's an old racist fucker. You are living on a fixed income and you probably didn't even eat breakfast this morning. Smelly Socks is living on a fixed income and you probably didn't even eat breakfast this morning. If you had a retirement, you would have told us, I worked 20 years for Ford, I have a pension. On my channel, Nuck, hell no, he didn't. That's why his socks are smelly. Exactly. And on welfare. Betty Wood said, and on welfare. Now he just making up shit. This is the fact of the matter. On my channel, Smelly Socks, I've taught people, I educate people, and I educated people on the let me shut this motherfucker up. Let's shut this motherfucker up. Let's shut this motherfucker up. Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Now, the host is talking. The host is talking, bitch, with your broke ass bitch. Broke ass old man. Broke ass lonely old man. He did not say he had a pension, right? His old ass said retire. That's how you know he lying and he broke and he a bitch. In your age, see when did the pension come in? This is what I do on my channel. I educated the young people how they got played in America. I said, you have a 401k. Then I told them when we closed the Department of Education, I educated the American people on what a pension is. Anybody under 30 don't even know what a pension is. And they don't get a pension, they get a 401k. Pensions came in the 80s. A pension is a livable wage. My grandmother got a pension. Our grandfathers got a pension. They worked at factories. They worked at the steel mill. They worked at auto plants, and they received a pension, a livable wage. They received a pension. And then the 401k came out, and then as soon as the 401k came out, all these stock market crashes happened where they kept stealing your retirement, and now people are homeless. Just like Smelly Socks, not able to eat breakfast. Because you no longer have a pension, a guaranteed livable wage. You no longer have a pension, a guaranteed livable wage. And the sad part is most young people don't know what a pension is. The profits of these corporations have gone up. The profits at McDonald's have gone up. The profits at Ford have gone up. The shareholders have made more money every year consistently, but you as an American worker, a factory worker, your job was outsourced to China or Mexico and your pension was taken away. And they told you that you get a 401k. Let's break down the 401k. I did this the other day. The 401k, the 401k is a saving. I can have my own savings. My grandfather, who had a pension, had stocks. I didn't need my job to manage my stock portfolio. I'm an American. Think about what you gave up. See, the purple hair protest and Democratic liberal gives up all your freedoms in exchange for more laws and more constraint and less freedom. The Democrats now with the shooting want more laws. More laws take away your freedom. More laws take away your freedom. NAFTA did under Clinton removal of American jobs. Exactly. Exactly. And they took away the pension and gave you a 401k. So our grandfathers and grandmothers had pensions and stocks and bought T-bills. And I had my grandmother and they gave me T-bills. I had bonds given to me, T-bills, stocks, and bonds. This was pretty typical for anyone born in that era, right? I have a lot of old motherfuckers watching me, and you old motherfuckers don't support. I hope I'm pissing you off. I hope I'm triggering someone who's watching me who's 50 to 65 because you fucking are pieces of shit. Fuck you all. You don't support. You don't hit the super chat and you don't hit the like. So anybody watching me who's 50 to 65, yeah, leave. And fuck you. Fuck you for not donating and supporting the channel. Fuck you, go somewhere else and never come back, motherfucker. Fuck you. Crash out, 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 crash out. So our grandparents had a pension and stocks. So they take away the pension and say, we're going to do a 401k. So what is a 401k really? A 401k is a stock portfolio, but your company, who you work for, it's actually a conflict of interest. It's like a mafia type of thing. Hey, come to me and I'll do it for you. So your company with the 401k comes to you and say, hey, you work for me. You may be already invested stocks, but I'm gonna give you a deal. Whenever someone says they're gonna give you a deal, you don't believe them, right? And they say, let me house your stock portfolio. And then this is the deal. Listen, this was the boondoggle. This is how Americans got played. Let me house your stock portfolio. And you might say, well, why would I do that? Why would I let you house my stock portfolio? And you may not know how to invest. I'm an American of an old school, and I want to have power over my money. Why would I let my employer? You have nothing to do with my stock portfolio. It's my personal money. It's my personal investments. Why would I let my employer house my stock portfolio? Think about what I'm saying to you with the few people we have watching, because YouTube put us in the fucking shadow ban. Why would I let you house my stock portfolio? It's my personal income for my own personal growth. My family could be homeless. Well, the corporation said, this is the hustle. Well, if you let me house your stock portfolio, I'll match you. You'll match me. Yeah, I'll match you 5%. I'm not going to match you everything, but I'm going to give you money, basically. A little bit of money, a little taste. Ain't that what the mafia do? Ain't that what the devil do? So if you let me house your stock portfolio, I will match your investments up to 5%. So whatever you put in, I'll match it if you let me house it. Now, what if the corporation has 2,000 employees? And this never was discussed. What if the corporation came to you and said, I'll house, and fuck you, YouTube. I see what you're doing, YouTube. YouTube is purposely fighting the views. I'm gonna fucking shut this bitch down. I got better shit to do. I'm not gonna let YouTube, StreamYard, and the trolls fuck with my mental today. If you don't want me to go live YouTube, you could have fucking sent me an email. You could have fucking gave me a strike. You could have fucking shut down the fucking channel. But the fucking purposely turn down the fucking views is how you get the fucking violence in the goddamn street. Fuck this shit. Don't fuck with my goddamn views. Just flag the channel. Take the channel. But this shit is fucking torture. And you fucking should be fucking prosecuted for this shit. So they match you 5%. So what if the corporation has 2,000 employees and all 2,000 employees agree, yeah, we're going to let the corporation, who then, think about it. When you get hired to one of these big corporations, you go to a meeting about your HR benefits. One of the meetings is a meeting with Fidelity. Fidelity comes in. So Fidelity has a contract with the big box corporation with 2,000 employees. What is the agreement between Fidelity and the corporation? The corporation is a person, by the way. The corporation has a tax ID number. The corporation pays taxes, has personhood rights. Remember, Citizens United, the corporation is a person. The corporation is a person. We've just allowed a person to take on 2,000 stock portfolios. A person who pays taxes. That's what that's who you work for. You work for a corporation who is a person. And that person just asked you to let me house your 401k for 5%, all 2,000 employees. And so you go to your HR meeting and Fidelity talks to you about, hey, you got a good job. You just got a great job. You got a 401k. They're going to match you. No one ever asked, what the fuck does Fidelity get What the fuck does the corporation get? Think about this. How much money is it? Think about what you know about money and how money is power, and how people utilize money as leverage. Donald Trump ordered the deal. Trump. So the corporation has 2,000 401ks totaling in maybe over $1 billion, or let's say $300 million, $300 million to $1 billion of employee investments. They get to hold this, the life of the company. The company has its profits, it has its ins and outs, but also there's a subsidiary on the side of every corporation where they house these 401ks. And then they basically have this on their books. Like it looks like, because they're a person, it looks like they are holding over 300 million or $1 billion in investments in the stock market. And that is huge leverage for these big box corporations. Not you. You don't benefit anything, but the big box corporation on their books. I have 2,000 401k stock market portfolios with over hundreds of millions of dollars from my employees in the stock market. We never talk about that. We never talk about that. Why do we do that? And thank you to the troll. Every time the trolls come in, I get a chance to educate my audience. Because he lied and said he is in retirement, and I just pointed out the fact that he didn't say he had a pension. So this is my chance to teach everybody about the 401k versus the pension. And why did we give up a right to a pension, a livable wage? Bag lady, you gonna hurt your back, dragging all them bags like that. I guess nobody ever told you all you must hold on to is you, is you, is you. One day he gonna say, you crowded my space. Bag lady, where did the bag lady come from? How do we get homelessness like this? We gave up a guaranteed wage in the factories and NAFTA. Shout out to my chat, W chat. Shout out to my chat, W chat. We gave up a guaranteed wage with NAFTA and the Clintons, and we gave up a guaranteed retirement where America cared about the people, and we didn't want to see Americans homeless under a bridge. Now we no longer care, and we call it capitalism. You gonna hurt your back, dragging all them bags like that. I guess nobody ever told you all you must hold on to is you, is you, is you. One day he gonna say, you crowded my space. One day she gonna say, you crowded my space. Oh, one day they gonna say, you crowded my space. Pack like, yeah. Yeah. She said so. Like, that goes to the white. We had the best upbringing. This generation, I really mean it, man. I can't stand you old motherfuckers. My generation is the best generation. When Neo Soul, Erykah Badu, if that young man who ran into that hotel had heard Erykah Badu, Bag Lady, and he could sing it like I sing it and understand what Erykah meant with the imagery and the analogies, Erykah said, one day she gonna say, you crowded my space. Oh, one day he gonna say, you crowded my space. So pack like, yeah. Girl, I know. Sometimes it's hard and you can't let go. This is what happened to the White House shooter. Mentally, they carry on so much. When you see these purple hair protesters, when you see these people saying F ICE and F Trump, and you look at them, and we of an older age, and we like, you don't know Trump. You've never met him. He has nothing to do with your life. How could you be that angry? There's something mentally going on. You need to pack light. You need to pack light. So pack light. But they never heard Erykah Badu. They don't understand the analogy of bag lady. They don't understand when we say, one day he gonna say, you crowded my space, not physical space, the space in your mind, the clutter in your mind. This is what's plaguing our youth. They don't understand the clutter. They don't know how to compartmentalize. So they can't pack light. They're not packed at all. Clothes are all over the room of their mind. And they can't focus. So they want to act out in violence. But Badu said, pack light. They don't get the analogy. Well, what do you mean, OG? OG, I'm dealing with same mental issues as the White House shooter. I am having this clutter in my brain. I feel like the room of my brain has clothes everywhere. I'm unable to focus and I'm driven to rage because of the clutter. OG, break it down to me. What do you mean by pack light? The song is called Bag Lady. And what people do with trauma, and this is where we have the recent relationship with the word trauma. What people do with their trauma is I used to tell this story about how to separate. Let me give you some help. I used to tell this story about how to separate yourself from the trauma. Imagine you and all of the bags in your brain. If you're having this clutter, if you have this clutter and you would like to pack light and you need to compartmentalize your thoughts and it's driving you to rage, put yourself in the car. Imagine your brain in the clutter in your brain, you in the car, and the car has all the boxes, all of the clothes in the trunk, back seat, front seat, full. Everybody do this exercise with me right now. We're going to clear the clutter out of our minds. We're not going to be like the White House shooter. We're going to do like Erykah Badu. We're going to pack light. We're going to compartmentalize. The car is the brain. We're in the car. Everything is in the car. The car is full. You ever seen a homeless person's car? This analogy was created out of real life. Have you ever seen a homeless person's car? What does the homeless person's car look like? When they drive by, you can smell the car. It has bags. And you say to yourself, why does this homeless person have a car and why is it full of garbage? Why don't they just throw it away? They're homeless. What do you need all this stuff for? Pack light. Yeah. The car is representative of what's going on in their brain and why they're homeless. Are you guys hearing me? The car is a representation of their mental capacity and why they're homeless. If they had the mental capacity to understand that they could get further in life if they cleaned out this car, they would clean out the car of their mind and they wouldn't be homeless. This is the mental illness we're talking about. We all have seen these homeless people in these dirty cars full. I mean, they can't even see out the rear view mirror. So let's do it. Let's do this mental exercise. You're in the car. This is your car. And now you have the picture. Before I may have said it and you couldn't visualize the car, what the car would look like. Now you see what the car looked like. Now the mental health is now becoming visible to you because you've seen this homeless person and you've cared about why they drive this car. Why is it full of garbage? Now I've described that is emblematic of their mental health. Now let's go through the exercise. You're in the car. You're in that car. What you should do daily until you're able to master this technique is mentally take this 20 minutes, lay down, close your eyes, put yourself in this car. And then what I want you to do is to open the door and get out of the car. We're in our brains, our eyes are closed, we're in the car. The car is our mind. All of the trauma, Everything, the divorce, the abuse, the lost job, the broken heart, it's all in the car. What I want you to do, and it's a lot. I acknowledge it's a lot. Come on, a divorce, a death, a broken heart, a lack of money, confidence. This is a lot to deal with. No one is saying that this should be easy. I'm not saying it's easy. It wasn't easy for me. It's not easy for anybody. It's damn sure not easy for that homeless person who's driving around in front of you going slow on purpose, and they can't even see out the rearview mirror because there's so much trash. So I am not trivializing what's going on in your life or anyone's life. That has to be difficult. I've dealt with death. I've dealt with divorce, heartbreak, poverty, loss. All of these things are the clutter in your mind where you can't see straight. Erica Badu calls it the bag lady syndrome. She is telling you to pack light. I'm going to give you the instructions how you pack light. You're in the car. I said, open the door. Open the door and step out of the car. Your eyes are still closed. You're in a dream state. You're out of the car now. Put yourself on a mountain. Put yourself on a mountain looking down at the car. You're sitting down on a grassy hill now. You're sitting down on a grassy hill. The car, your mind is on the road. What I want you to do every day for 20 minutes is practice removing yourself from the car and simply sitting on the grassy hill and watching the car. That's all I want you to do. Get out of the car, sit on the hill. As you sit on the hill, you should feel the weight lifted off of you. The reality is you must get back in the car. But by giving yourself perspective, it is different when you re-enter the car, when you re-enter your mind, when you re-enter your life. You now see yourself in this car full of trash, and you are not that person. Perfect Time and Podcast explained to you, and you've seen this homeless person. You've done the exercise, and now you are shocked and surprised when you stepped out of the car and you sat on the hill and you looked at the car that is your mind on the road. You saw the same car that the homeless person was driving, and now you have to say to yourself, I have to get back into the car, but not that car. It's okay to let some of these things go that I've been traveling and carrying with me. And as you look at the car, you can go and itemize and say, why am I still carrying this breakup from 16? I need to let that go. I didn't know that was in the car. Why am I still carrying this death? I've dealt with it. I love my grandmother. She's in a better place. I didn't know that was still in the car. But you don't know what's in the car. You don't know what's causing you angry. You don't know what the trauma, because you're in the car. Every day, 20 minutes in your meditation, open the door, step out of the car, get some perspective on your life, and do an assessment of what's in the car. You don't have to remove everything every day. You don't have to deal with everything every day. But every day, 20 minutes, you do this mental assessment. You sit on the grassy hill, you look at the car, and then you assess things in your trauma, and you talk to people, and you remove and you unpack, and you do what Erica Badu said in the song, you pack light. You understand the importance of packing light so that you can move quickly through this race of life to accomplish your goals. You pack light. And in future relationships, in future encounters with people and jobs and places and things and gods and religion, you keep in mind to pack light. No, I'm not looking for love right now. No, I'm not looking for a friend right now. No, I'm not looking for a job right now. I packed light. Yeah, 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 yeah. Pack light. When Drake says no new friends, Drake has learned to pack light. Drake has learned there was a stressful time in my life. Why all of us, just like Job, we can associate that stressful time in our life when we had a bunch of friends. Why the most stressful times in our life did we have a bunch of no good friends? Job had a bunch of friends who visited him. Drake says no new friends. Drake is saying, I lived through some trauma and I had a bunch of fucking no good friends. Moving forward in my life, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pack light. Moving forward in my life, I'm going to pack light. So I was doing some research as we talk about the mental health of the guy who did the White House shooting. I was doing some research, and this is what this is what I found, and I believe there's a profile developing, and so if you look at my table, I have a couple people here. Look like it's frozen, huh? I have a couple people here, and there are some intersections. Thomas M. Crooks, 2024. This is the Trump Butler shooter. So let's look at my thing. The individual, I have 4 people here. There's more. You guys can add in the chat. The individual, Cole Thomas Allen, to target Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The performance, the auditor, 1,000-word manifesto, mocked Hilton security, and he lived at home at 31. Tyler Robinson, 25. Charlie Kirk, UVU. The Troll, engraved OWO in Hey Fascist Catch on ammo at home at 22. I am comparing the manifesto that Cole wrote to the engraved bullets that Tyler Robinson had and some of Tyler Robinson's online social activity. Joshua Jan, 2025, Dallas ICE facility. He also engraved anti-ice on bullets, used ladder for roof access. He also lived at home at 29. Now remember, Joshua Jan said when he on Signal, just like Tyler Robinson, on these dark web sites, Joshua said he wanted to shoot ICE agents so that they would be scared to come to work. He said he wanted to shoot ICE agents so they would be afraid to come to work. And he had similar ideologies and thinkings of Cole Thomas and Tyler Robinson. Thomas Crooks, the ghost, no manifesto, no engravings, total digital silence, but then we uncovered some stuff, but him also at home. All of these young white men, even Cole, who is half black, grew up, I believe, mostly in a white family, a white neighborhood, white schools. Yes, he had brown skin, but I would give Cole Thomas more attributes of a white guy, just like these guys. He was affluent. He went to a highly educated school and he was able to live at home. Cole, Tyler, Joshua, Thomas, all were highly educated and all lived at home. Nobody had healthy relationships. Now, how I got here is that as I did my research on Cole Thomas Allen, what have we learned? Well, he had brothers and sisters, and the brothers and sisters have matriculated into life. They have healthy relationships, they have marriages, and they don't live at home. And they don't live at home. So what is different with him? Why is he still at home at 31 as an engineer? a master's degree as a teacher. And then come to find out, not only is he at home, but he's in the basement. Not only is he at home in the basement, but when he sends a text to his siblings, they don't call him back. Are you guys with me? When he sends a text message to his siblings, they don't call him back. They call the police. Immediately, they call the authorities. Immediately, they call the authorities. And what we deduce from that is that they knew that he was likely to do something violent, and they understood something was not right about their brother, and they had no qualms with immediately calling the police when they learned what he had planned to do. They didn't call him and try to talk him down. Oh, Cole, what's wrong? Cole, baby, don't do it. Cole was already, see, he had already traveled. He was traveling by train. It took him 3 days to get there. April 22nd he traveled. He had checked in the day before the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He traveled by train. It took him days to get from California. He did a cross country, 2,000 miles. They didn't try to talk him down. Why didn't they try to call him? Why didn't they try to talk him down? They immediately called the authorities, and they wanted the police to know, my brother will do this. Think about your relationship with your siblings. You send them a message that you're having mental health issues and you want to do something violent, and then the first thing they do is call the police and say, go arrest him. He's going to hurt somebody. They're not worried about you. They know. This says a lot, bro. His brother called the police within 10 minutes. He didn't think about this. Some people hesitate. Some people they think about it. It's your brother. Even the FBI would understand if your brother sent you this message and you didn't react right away. He sent this message to his siblings. They reacted right away. They reacted right away. By calling the police. That says a lot. So he's living at home in the basement. They all are. Cole, Tyler, Joshua, Thomas, they're all living at home, living off their parents. They all reach this level of, they're all in the same generation. Look at the ages, 31, 22, 29, 20. They're all the same age. 29, 31, they're all in the same generation. They're all male, white, affluent. And they're all capable to use ammunition. These guys are college educated. Tyler Robinson was a genius. Tyler Robinson received a presidential $100,000 scholarship. He was the most smartest person in his high school. Now, UVU and the university, as Candace Owens has mentioned, recruits for the CIA. Now, they have a CIA program on campus. It's called the CAI. How many people knew about this? Tyler Robinson, UVU, they have a CIA program where Tyler Robinson got the presidential scholarship. And now think about this. Utah has CIA recruitment. They recruit in Utah because they like Mormons. They say Mormons make good CIA agents, good NSA agents. So there are recruitment processes in Utah. And there is a CIA training at UVU where the shooting took place. It's called CAI. Now, when I did my research, I think it's very funny that online, they first of all, they won't give you this information easily. You have to dig, you have to read. But I found this information by digging and by reading. Now, when I query the information, they say Tyler Robinson was never in the CAI program. CAI program that is being trained by ex-CIA, and the kids in that program go on to the CIA. Now, think about that. On the campus where Charlie Kirk was shot, they have a CIA recruitment program and training class. But they say, and this exists at at both colleges in question, not just at UVU, but at the other University of Utah. So they both have these programs where Tyler Robinson went and where the shooting occurred. But they say, even though Tyler Robinson was a genius and received these academic accolades, we didn't pick him for our program. Even though the reason you're in Utah is to find people like Tyler Robinson. Double tap, hit the like button. The reason you are in Utah is to find people like Tyler Robinson, a Mormon, highly educated, trained Republican. That's the guy who fits your recruitment. But you tell me you missed him? You can't tell me you missed him because he received a presidential accommodation. So you had to know about him. So at least tell me that you talked to him, interviewed him, and said you didn't want him. They won't even say that. But be that as it may, I'm just giving you guys background. Tyler Robinson also was educated and lived at home. It was in the same generation. A genius. Cole Thomas, engineer. Cole Thomas, engineer. And a gamer. And all of these guys, gamers. All of these guys, gamers. Cole Thomas Allen, the shooter over the weekend, lived in the basement, worked on a game, had no friends. Cole Thomas Allen lived in his parents' basement at 31 years old, worked on video games, and had no friends, no girlfriend, no healthy relationships outside of the internet at age 31. This is true with everyone. Tyler Robinson, even if you go with Candace Owens' theory about Tyler Robinson, what do we know that is true about Tyler Robinson? Those of us who studied the Charlie Kirk assassination. Tyler Robinson, like Cole, had his friends online. If you look at the signal chat messages for Tyler Robinson that day, they all are online saying, hey, did you see this? Because his community of friends lived online. Tyler Robinson's friends were online. He was a incel like most. Tyler Robinson, like Cole, did not have friends outside of the internet. He did not have healthy relationships outside of his dark web connections. Even the day of the shooting, he's online on Signal multiple times. And what I've said is when he first talked to his friend group, which were online people who knew him the best, he said, this isn't me. How many people have read Tyler Robinson's Signal messages and see the transition from the beginning of the day to the end of the day where he took credit? In the beginning of the day, he said it wasn't me, and then something seemed to happen with his Signal messages. The body, what's the word I want to say? The structure of his messages changed. We all noticed that with the text messages too. The language, the terminology, and the structure changed. In the beginning of the day, he said to his Signal friends, that wasn't me. Later on, he took credit for it. So Tyler Robinson's friend group was online. At home, dark. Joshua Jan, same thing, 29, still living at home. Why are these people still living at home? These men at home at 30 years old with no girlfriend, no healthy relationships outside of the internet. Joshua Jan, Signal messages. The Signal messages is where we learn his intent, where he said he wanted to shoot ICE agents and scare them from coming to work. He had a lot of Signal messages also. You don't see them here. You can do the research on Joshua Jan. He engraved the anti-ICE on the bullets, and he had similar online presence and no healthy relationships. There is a profile. I've talked about this before. There is a profile. There is a profile that begins to develop when you start to look at these young men. And I believe it would behoove us to start assessing this profile, right? To stop ignoring the profile of these young men and start assessing the fact that there is parameters and metrics that we can look at and identify these people. Now let's go to Memphis before we keep going with our story on our Cole. Let's go to Memphis, and then we're gonna go to OPEC.
And Caitlin, what are you learning?
Good afternoon, Shay. Well, I got a firsthand account from a witness who says the force she saw police use yesterday was uncalled for and excessive. Now, we have video for you, and as in the video, you can see protesters marching with their signs while a line of people peacefully stand between officers and protesters. Now, it's unclear what caused the line to break, but moments later, as people move away, officers are seen deploying their pepper spray. Now, the woman who recorded the video says nothing she witnessed justified that level of force.
Yes, there were people who cursed. Yes, there was a chant that was said that mentioned the police in a negative way, but that's freedom of speech. And they had every right to have whatever was on their signs, and whatever came out of their mouths is our First Amendment right. I don't really care if the police were cursed at. Their reaction was not appropriate for what happened.
Now, MPD released a statement saying that pepper spray was used on individuals that were resisting arrest, and it's unclear if the individuals pepper sprayed in that video were being arrested at that time. Now, coming up at 10, you'll hear more from this witness on how she thinks things could have been handled differently. I'm Caitlin Barker reporting live for your news leader, WREG News Channel 3.
So what we're watching here is the No Kings rally over the weekend in Memphis. I don't know if you heard about it, but
Arrested.
we had more violence at the No Kings rally over the weekend. And I think it's relevant to talk about this as we get into the White House shooting. The reason I'm bringing this up, because there's this debate on whether or not the Democrats are the ones responsible for the violence, and they say that there's the same level of violence on the right. So I'm presenting my argument as a MAGA Republican that that's cap. That's cap. There's nothing to equate to this on the right. This violence that we see on the left is unique, and it needs to be stopped. The Dems and the left needs to be stopped. Straight up. This violence that we see on the left, there is no equivalent, and there is no justification. We are in Memphis. Double tap at the like button. Let's get the likes up. We are in Memphis at No Kings rally over the weekend, April 25th, I think, April 25th. This is No Kings rally and violence over the weekend, preceding the violence, at the same time as the violence that happened with the president in the White House. The violence is boiling over.
With those protesters during the No Kings protest in downtown Memphis. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Jessica Gertler. Shay Arthur is off tonight. MPD says protesters began blocking an intersection, claiming they were being disorderly and refusing their commands. So they pulled out pepper spray. Our Caitlin Barker explains what we know so far.
Now, authorities say this situation began when protesters began blocking the intersection of Ida B. Wells and Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue.
It's important for us to be out here doing this, to stay home. And, I think a lot of people are just frustrated. You watch these things on TV and you think, I got to do something.
Memphis deserves bold leadership. Memphis understands that there are no kids.
Protesters came from all over the country to rally against President Donald Trump and his administration at the No Kings Memphis protest.
My expectation is it won't bring about any change whatsoever, but it made me feel better.
The demonstration took a turn when protesters began blocking the intersection of Ida B. Wells and Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, creating a disturbance in the area. Authorities say when the officers attempted to arrest a protester, the suspect began cursing and refusing commands, leading officers to pepper spray the suspect.
She said it made me feel better, and then the protest became unpeaceful. It's supposed to be, you have a right to peaceful protest. You don't have a right to be belligerent and violent, right? And they're rallying. And Hakeem Jeffries, we are at war all the time. They are inspiring violence, and the police has to put that down. You can have a peaceful protest if you have a permit, but you cannot be violent and being belligerent in public. Everybody knows and understands that.
Suspect. When the suspect was searched, officers found a loaded .38 caliber handgun in his right pocket.
So wait a minute. This is just like the person who was unalived in Minneapolis, Alex Purdy. Alex Purdy responded to an anti-ICE signal message. It said, "Come quick. ICE is beginning to stage at Glam Donuts." Alex Purdy responded to that message with a loaded gun with extra ammunition. and then he engaged officers physically. When the officers saw the gun, I believe Alex forgot, or he didn't realize that when he bent over, the officers were able to see the gun. That triggered the officers to go into their training and yell gun, grab the gun and protect themselves, because at the time when they saw the gun, Alex was actively fighting federal agents. He was in a physical confrontation attempting to get one of his colleagues off the ground, and the officers saw the gun holster when he was bending over. Later, we found out that was a woman. I don't like acknowledging that it was a woman because they were wearing masks. You could not tell that was a female because her face was completely covered. So Alex was helping a masked assailant get up off the ground against ICE orders, and he had a loaded holster, and they said, gun, grab the gun, and Alex became unalived. Here it is in Memphis. After 2 people unalived in Minnesota, after 2 people unalived by ICE, we have somebody again in Memphis challenging officers, causing an issue, and when finally subdued, they have a loaded gun. And you tell me this is, you can tell me you have this on the right? You can tell me there's someone on the right who is doing this, who is out challenging police, who is trying to run into the White House correspondent dinner, who is taking a train across country with multiple guns? Tell me, show me the person who's a MAGA Republican who's acting in the same way as the Democrats. You can't.
Using commands, leading officers to pepper spray the suspect. When the suspect was searched, officers found a loaded .38 caliber handgun in his right pocket. Now, authorities have not released the identity of the suspect involved, but we will continue to provide updates as they become available. I'm Caitlin Barker reporting for your news leader, WREG News Channel 3.
It's unclear if the person arrested was illegally carrying the firearm. Police say the man arrested was taken to Regional 1 Hospital before going to 201.
It doesn't matter if he was legally carrying. This is against the principles of a peaceful protest if you're bringing a gun. Alex Pretty bringing a gun. And then not only are you bringing a loaded gun, you engage police officers. Everybody who has a loaded gun, if you want to talk to it in the chat, there is a way that you're taught when, how to carry a gun. Number one, the gun shouldn't have been loaded. You don't bring a gun to a protest. You don't carry a gun in a vehicle with you loaded. You learn all these things in training on how to carry a gun properly and legally. So, and this is what we learned with Alex Pretty. So anybody in the chat who knows about firearms, you can back me up. Even if you have bought the gun legally and you have a right to legally carry the gun can become illegal if you're carrying it illegally in a wrong situation. Double tap it. How many people knew that? How many people knew that? Even if the gun is not a magical wand, right? You don't buy a gun legally and then you can do whatever you want with the gun. That's not how guns work. If you do not follow the laws and rules of that gun, the gun then becomes illegal. You can be charged with it, and in the use of it, it can be charged. How many people knew that? How many people knew that? Double tap hit the like button. There's a dummy in the chat saying that's unconstitutional, bro. You have no clue about the Constitution. So please tell me. Please tell me, because we don't have a lot of people here. I got time. I got time today, cuz. I got time today, cuz I am telling you that even if you buy a gun legally, if you do not follow the laws and the rules, then that gun can become illegal. When you use it and carry it, it can be taken from you and you can be charged. I.e., if you carry the gun loaded, it can be taken from you. Your rights to carry a gun can be taken from you and you can be charged. If you carry the gun loaded in the wrong place, the gun can be taken from you. Your rights to carry a gun can be taken from you and you can be charged. There are laws and rules of how you properly carry a gun in a vehicle, right? Everybody knows you got to have the gun here and the ammunition somewhere else, or the gun can be taken from you and you can be charged. It is not a magical wand, but I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. Netilu, please explain to us how guns are magical wands that you can use in any way and shape and fashion, and how the Constitution permits you to carry the gun any way you want. How the Constitution, because there would never be a need for a concealed carry license. This is an easy way to debunk his statement. Why do you need a concealed carry license? See, there would be no need for a concealed carry license if the constitutional Second Amendment allows you to do everything with the gun. That is not true. You can go hunt with your rifle, but if you want to carry a loaded handgun around under your clothing, you have to acquire a concealed carry license. And then even if you do, there's a legal way to properly carry your gun concealed. And if you don't follow that law and a police officer catches you with the gun and you don't have a concealed carry, or you're not following, they will take the gun and write you a ticket. It's just like driving a car without a license or registration. See how easily we put this to bed? See how easily we put this to bed? Every state has different laws. Thank you very much. But no state is just a state where you can do anything. I know they got open carry in some states, but even open carry, they had to go back to those state constitutions and ask, hey, can we bring it to a school? Can we bring it to court? And in some states, the Constitution said, well, yes, in this state, you can bring it to court. But in some states with open carry, you can't bring a gun to court. You can't bring a gun to school. It's different in every state. You could disagree. You're right about the car, wrong about the protest. Everyone should check their local laws, but the blanket statement is short. It's not about right and wrong. A lot of you come here and you get into this thing where you want to debate right and wrong. You're right about the car, right, wrong about the protest. Everyone should check their local laws, but the blanket statement is short-sighted. Short-sighted how? Short-sighted. See, a lot of people come in here and they try to put forth their views, which is different than the actual law, and you're going to get somebody arrested. You're going to get somebody arrested by just coming in here, putting out what you believe versus what the law is, right? People in the law in the chat saying what the Constitution should do this and should do that. All that shit, you can shit in one hand and wish in the other, like we say in the OGs. You can shit in one hand and wish in the other. Double tap, hit the like button. We having a good conversation here. As early as 2026, carrying a gun legally requires navigation of complex patchwork of federal, state, and local laws. While 29 states have adopted constitutional carry, permitless laws allowing eligible citizens to carry concealed without license, significant restrictions remain regarding prohibited places and state-specific regulations. Even if a firearm is legally owned, it can be deemed illegal to carry or be confiscated due to local restrictions, technical violations, or new red flag laws. How to carry a gun legally, 2026 landscape, constitutional carry permitless. As of February 2026, 29 states, for example, Texas, Florida, Georgia, Ohio, allow eligible adults, usually 21, sometimes 18 for military, to carry handguns openly or concealed without a permit. Permit requires states. States like California and New York still require a concealed carry weapons license. Reciprocity, many states recognize permits from other states, but some, like California, do not honor any out-of-state permits. Carry in vehicles. Laws vary widely. Some states allow loaded handguns in cars without a permit, while others require them to be unloaded and locked in a container, especially in states without permitless carry. Legal ownership requirements. You must not be a prohibited person, e.g. convicted felon, subjected to be able to benefit from these laws. When legal guns become illegal to carry, A lawful firearm can become illegal to carry in specific scenarios. Prohibited places, school zones. Federal law prohibits guns within 1,000 feet of schools, though exemptions exist for state permit holders in some scenarios. Federal facilities, post office, courthouses, federal buildings, and national parks. Secure airport areas. You cannot pass TSA checkpoint with a firearm, even with a permit. Bars and restaurants, that's very relevant because Cole took the train. And what I said yesterday, I was not comfortable talking about is the fact that I guess there's no equivalent to TSA when riding a train in America, because Cole traveled 2,000 miles cross country with multiple weapons and multiple ammunitions, knives, shotgun, a 38 caliber pistol. Now, he legally obtained the guns. This is a great discussion. Correct. Constitutional carry still has rules. This is a great discussion because we're talking about the White House correspondence shooter, his ability to get those guns that he legally purchased from California to DC, and that he would not been able to do that on a plane. He took other day I was on one of my favorite comedians, Jay Phillips. I was watching his stand-up and I was doing some research. I learned he have a podcast on YouTube. I want everybody to go check it out. Jay Phillips, great podcast, great comedian. And they were talking about the shooting and how this young man was able to get these guns, because they understand, like I understand, it doesn't matter if you purchase the gun legally. It is not legal to get these guns to DC from California. And how did he do it? Because you could not get them on the plane. And I was telling them in the chat, he took a train. He took a train. Okay, so let's keep going. Bars and restaurants. Many states prohibit carry in establishments that serve alcohol. Private property, signage in many states. You can't have it there. Technical violations. This is big in California. Illegal magazine capacity, carry magazines exceeding local limits. For example, 10 rounds in California. It's called the trigger lock law. And they even made smaller magazines to accommodate this law. Assault weapons ban, carrying a firearm classified as an assault weapon in states with restrictions. Carrying method violations, openly carrying in a state that allows concealed carry, Florida, when a legal gun can be taken and confiscated. Red flag laws, extreme risk protection orders. Family members or police can petition the court for temporary removal if a person possesses a danger to themselves or others. Now, that is also important when we talk about the White House shooter who lived at home and had increasingly become violent online. We have tweets. Today, we're going to talk about the tweets that came out. They went through 4,000 tweets and they found all of these messages, like in every one of these guys were leading up to the shooting. Remember the guy I just showed you in Dallas where he was on Signal. Tyler Robinson was on Signal. They were all on back channel chats talking about the violence, trying to gin up violence. Shit. Let's keep going. Domestic violence situations. Officers are required to take custody of any firearm in plain sight during domestic disturbance. Traffic stops. If an officer stops you and finds a gun, they may seize it for safety while investigating. Unauthorized sensitive places, carrying in restricted area, state capitol, expired permits, invalid reciprocity if you're visiting a state that does not honor, if you're under 21. Crucial 2026 updates and context. California non-resident CCW. As of January 1st, 2026, California requires licensing authorities to issue CCW license to non-residents if they meet strict criteria, training 21 plus. Florida open carry, a 2025 court ruling effective 2026 allows for open carry, adding to permitless landscape. School zone buffer. See, school zone buffer. The federal 1,000-foot school zone rule can be tricky. CCW exemption often applies in states that issued the permit. Disclaimer: gun laws are highly specific to location and frequently change. Always check state and local laws before traveling or carrying. double tap, hit the like button. I love giving out information. I love giving out information. The goal is have an educated electorate, you know what I'm saying? Not just to shut down the player haters, you know what I'm saying, but have an educated electorate on these issues that we're discussing, right? To have an educated electorate on these issues. And it helps illuminate, right? It helps illuminate the discussion on the White House shooting when we look at some of these laws and how they were not applied when it comes to the White House shooter. Double tap, hit the like button. How do you feel knowing that he traveled by train with these weapons, right? How do you feel knowing that he traveled by train with these weapons? Right now, we're in Memphis discussing No Kings rally in Memphis over the weekend that resulted in violence. And one of the protesters attacked the police officer, was pepper sprayed and arrested. When arrested, they found a .38 pistol on the protester that was agitating the police at the No Kings rally. This is what your purple hair protesting Democrats do with their weekend. This is what your purple hair protesting Democrats do with their weekend. They go out to No Kings rallies with guns, loaded guns in their pocket, and talk shit and say fuck the police and get their ass kicked and get arrested, get their gun taken. Double tap hit the like button. We're going to Memphis. We're going to Memphis right now. No Kings rally.
Thanks for being with us tonight. I'm Shay Arthur. Now, tonight, we're hearing from those who were there when this happened during the No Kings demonstration. It happened in downtown Memphis yesterday. WRG's Caitlin Barker has been gathering information all afternoon. And Caitlin, what are you learning?
Good afternoon, Shay. Well, I got a firsthand account from a witness who says the force she saw police use yesterday was uncalled for and excessive. Now, we have video for you, and as in the video, you can see protesters marching with their signs while a line of people peacefully stand between officers and protesters. Now, it's unclear what caused the line to break, but moments later, as people move away, officers are seen deploying their pepper spray. Now, the woman who recorded the video says nothing she witnessed justified that level of force.
Yes, there were people who cursed. Yes, there was a chant that was said that mentioned the police in a negative way, but that's freedom of speech. And they had every right to have whatever was on their signs, and whatever came out of their mouths is our First Amendment right. I don't really care if the police were cursed at. Their reaction was not appropriate for what happened.
Now, MPD released a statement saying that pepper spray was used on individuals that were resisting arrest, and it's unclear if the individuals pepper sprayed in that video were being arrested at that time. Now, coming up at 10, you'll hear more from this witness on how she thinks things could have been handled differently. I'm Caitlin Barker reporting live for your news leader, WREG News.
What do you think? Did the police have a right to do the pepper spray? She's saying there was a First Amendment right. I don't believe that's true. I don't believe we've seen that before. I wouldn't advise anyone to use that type of language directly to a police officer. They have a job. They have to keep order. If they take your belligerent profanity as an effort to undermine their authority, I wouldn't want to be there. And I believe they were in the, put a 1 in the chat if you think the police were right. Put a 2 in the chat if you think the police were wrong. Now, remember, when they arrested the person, they had a .38 pistol on them. So again, I'm asking, put a 1 in the chat. Do you think the police were correct for using pepper spray and arresting these individuals who's supposed to be doing a peaceful protest? Or put a 2 in the chat if you think the police were wrong. Let's look at it again. We're in Memphis at the rally, No Kings rally, where it became violent.
Saw police use yesterday was uncalled for and excessive. Now, we have video for you, and as in the video, you can see protesters marching with their signs while a line of people peacefully stand between officers and protesters. Now, it's unclear what caused the line to break, but moments later, as people move away, officers are seen deploying their pepper spray. Now, the woman who recorded the video says nothing she witnessed justified that level of force.
Let's look at it again. I don't know. It looked like they was attacking the police. Let me see. Let's look at it again. We might, I don't know if we could slow it down. I don't see if it has a ability. Yeah, we might not be able to slow this one down. Sometimes we could slow it down. But I don't think, no, we can't slow this one down. Okay, let's look at it again.
For you, and as in the video, you can see protesters marching with their
See?
signs
Okay, I
while
see
a line of people
I see
peacefully
it.
stand.
And then she's saying peacefully. I don't know. See, when you listen and talk at the same time, it makes the mind think that it's seeing something that it's not seeing. So she's saying people are peaceful. This don't look peaceful. Let's look. I wish I could slow it down.
And between officers
Now, look at this. Look at this.
and protesters.
Who is wearing the orange? Is the officers wearing the orange or the protesters?
Now, it's unclear what caused the line.
So the protesters are wearing the orange, and they are the ones who seem to be the aggressors.
In the
Let's look
video,
again.
you can see protesters marching with their.
All the protesters are in the orange. Look, he's looking back. They look like they looking about to start some shit. They look like they about to start some shit. So the people in orange are the protesters.
Signs while a line of people peacefully stand.
And look, somebody got socked. You see that? Somebody, damn, I wish I could slow this
While a
down.
line of people peacefully.
Right there, somebody got socked. It looked like an officer right there tried to grab somebody, and then they swarm around the officer. It looked like there's more people in orange than they are in black police uniforms. Y'all tell me what y'all see.
Stand between officers and protesters. Now, it's unclear what caused the line to break.
Do you see that? At the beginning, it looked like the officer was the one surrounded and in trouble. There's more of them. It looks like the people in orange snatched away the person, the officer. And this is what they do at the ICE protest. If you're trying to arrest an immigrant, the ICE agent's goal is trying to get the immigrant free. So it looks like, so you see police right here grabbing this person in orange. Do you see police right here grabbing this? Now, I count more people in orange than I count police officers right now. That's a problem. For people who are supposed to be a free, peaceful protest, they're not acting very peaceful. Let's look at how it actually happened. Look at
protesters.
Look at this fool in the front in the pink waving around. That might be a man looking like a woman waving this shit around. They out there acting a damn fool. And then look at something is happening back here. The reporter is saying peaceful, but something is transpiring because as you see, people have stopped and begin to look back. Then we see somebody get punched by the police.
Marching with their signs while a line of people.
Somebody just ran over.
People peacefully stand between
Somebody
officers.
right there, and here goes a police officer arresting this person. I don't know if this is a police officer or not right here because I can't tell. But there's more people in orange and more. There's a protester with a sign, and I see one or two cops.
And protesters. Now, it's unclear what caused the line to break, but moments later.
So I believe when you see this, when you see the separation, what you see right here is the police trying to arrest somebody and the protesters trying to save that person.
Now, it's unclear what caused the line to break, but moments later, as people move away, officers are seen deploying their pepper spray. Now, the woman who recorded the video says nothing she witnessed justified that level of force.
I disagree. I just seen police officers surrounded and attacked, and I seen these protesters in orange interrupt the lawful arrest of one of the people out there. You can't do that.
Of course.
Yes, there were people who cursed. Yes, there was a chant that was said that mentioned the police in a negative way, but that's freedom of speech. And they had every right to have whatever was on their signs and whatever came out of their mouths is our First Amendment right. I don't really care if the police were cursed.
I think we have to stop doing this. This is how we get to 30-year-olds. Let me go back to my table. When you have old baby boomers on television saying that this is their First Amendment right. Remember, I just went through the Second Amendment. I just went through old baby boomers, the old white men in my chat saying how you should be able to carry a gun. That's not the fucking law. Here's an old white woman saying that, you should be able to say whatever you want to say to the police. That's not actually true. That's not actually true. And I think they should stop saying that because it leads us to the violence with all the people that you see at my table. Cole, Tyler, Joshua, They listen to these old white women. They listen to you old white men in my chat, and they think they can carry a gun anywhere. And they take guns on trains across the nation. And they think, okay, this old white woman said it's freedom of speech and I can say anything I want. When you look, remember Kathy Griffin, there are laws. It's freedom of speech to a certain, you can't say things about Jews. You can't threaten the president. Like she's saying to people, you can say whatever you want. You cannot say whatever you want. Freedom of speech don't work that way. You cannot make threats. You cannot yell fire. There's a lot of things you can't say. You can't say, you can't do that. And to come on here and say to children who are younger than you that you can be at a protest and begin to berate police officers and use profanity, that is not freedom of speech. They have a job. They have to maintain order and safety. It's just so irresponsible for them to get on TV and say you can say whatever you want.
Says nothing she witnessed justified that level of force.
Yes, there were people who cursed. Yes, there was a chant that was said that mentioned the police in a negative way, but that's freedom of speech. And they had every right to have whatever was on their signs, and whatever came out of their mouths is our First Amendment right.
That's not true.
I don't really care if the police were cursed at. Their reaction was not appropriate for what happened.
Y'all have to understand that these people don't love America. And what she is saying, this is an anarchist view. These are socialists, leftists, communists. The Democratic Party have been taken over by socialists, leftists, communists who want to break down the rule of law and order in America. What you hear, some of y'all is young, y'all don't know about anarchy and the anarchists. This bitch probably went to high school, had on all black and had that A in the circle on her clothes and shit. This bitch is espousing anarchist rhetoric, and you guys are missing it. This bitch is not on the side of America. This bitch is not, or listen again, you can hear the anarchy. This bitch is not for the rule of law. This is not MAGA. This is not Make America Great Again. This is not America First. This is somebody like the Democrats and the Secret Service who haven't been paid in 70 days. This is someone who wants to tear down the fabric of America because they think with their white, liberal, overprivileged ass, they know better. They think with their white, liberal, overprivileged ass, they know better.
I don't really care if the police were cursed at. Their reaction was not appropriate for what happened.
Now, MPD released a statement saying that pepper spray was used on individuals that were resisting arrest, and it's unclear if the individuals pepper sprayed in that video were being arrested at that time. Now, coming up at 10, you'll hear more from this witness on how she thinks things could have been handled differently. I'm Caitlin Barker reporting live.
Why would we listen to this old white woman who's an anarchist, who's obviously pushing for violence? Why? It makes no sense we listen to this old white woman who's obviously pushing for violence. That makes no sense at all. No sense at all. I don't get it. I don't get it. Y'all, let me see what else we got for. We going into the White House shooting, and then we're gonna get into OPEC. We're going into the White House shooting, and then we're gonna get into OPEC, the UAE leaving OPEC, and then more of my theory on geopolitics, and we could debate geopolitics and how I was right, Trump was right, I was right, Trump was right. So, yeah, man, we're gonna talk about that. And but I feel like since we on this political violence in Memphis and the No Kings, I feel like we should stay with the political violence. So we're gonna stay with the political violence.
It says his family received an email electronically scheduled to send at that moment he charged the security perimeter. I don't
Remember, we talked about that. We talked about the email, and his family members, upon receiving the email, didn't even call to talk him down. His brother immediately called the police. Would you be able to do that? If you receive something like that from a sibling, would you be able to like immediately call authorities? Beth, why you being a bitch? It's like I be letting people in the chat, Beth, you was like a trolling ass bitch. Ain't nobody saying none of that shit, Beth. What the fuck is you talking about, bitch? Beth Love, bitch, you want to debate, bitch? You want to debate, bitch? Do you want to debate, bitch? All this goofy ass shit, bitch, in my chat, bitch, you about to get blocked, bitch, but I'm gonna give you a chance, bitch, before I block you, bitch. What do you have to say, bitch? God, y'all need something to do with your motherfucking lives. Why you bitches show up here? Bitch, what do you want, bitch? Get off my dick, bitch. What do you want, Beth Love? What do you want, Beth Love? Well, all of this ignorant bullshit, bitch. What do you want, Beth Love? Nothing. Nothing. Okay, let's block the bitch. Damn. Y'all need something to motherfucking do. And this what happen when you get put in the shadow ban. When you get put in the shadow ban and you don't have your viewers watching you, you get these fuckers watching you. These just fuckers, these fuck asses. Fuck. White House Correspondents' Dinner. Deep dive into the shooter.
Just before Cole Thomas Allen allegedly rushed towards a White House Correspondents' Dinner, a new criminal complaint says his family received an email electronically scheduled to send at that moment he charged the security perimeter. I don't expect forgiveness, it read. Secret Service stopped 31-year-old Allen, a part-time teacher, arresting him Saturday night after the shooting at the Washington Hilton. In pictures displayed from the U.S. Attorney's Office, Allen was armed with 2 guns registered to him, a 12-gauge shotgun, a .38 caliber semi-automatic pistol, and several hunting knives. You can see him here in this video, sprinting through a hallway outside the ballroom where the dinner had just started around 8:30 p.m. In the email sent to Allen's family, there's this line: I experience rage thinking about everything this administration has done.
Make no mistake, this was an attempted assassination of the President of the United States, with the defendant making clear what his intent was. And that intent was to bring down as many of the high-ranking cabinet officials as he could.
Allen lived with his parents in Torrance, California, a quiet beach community and suburb of Los Angeles. Allen's LinkedIn profile says he studied mechanical engineering at the California Institute of Technology. Photos show he was a member of a Christian fellowship group. As a Caltech student, he helped build a robot that played soccer and was featured in a local news story in 2017 for developing an emergency brake for a wheelchair.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground.
After college, he would continue to design, this time his own video game called Boredom, described as a non-violent asymmetrical fighting game loosely derived from a chemistry model. He'd become a tutor at a college prep center, even getting named Teacher of the Month in 2024. According to the White House, Allen's sister said he'd recently become politically active, attending a No Kings March in California and joining a leftist group called the Wide Awakes. That group calls for activism without violence. He appears to have run a social media account that posted, "Put a traitor back in office, get treason. I don't understand why people are surprised by the U.S. ripping itself apart."
Violence has no place in civic life. It cannot and will not be used to disrupt democratic institutions or intimidate those who serve them, and it certainly cannot continue to be used against the President of the United States.
The complaint lays out Allen's movements. On or about April 6th, after President Trump announced he would attend, Allen made a reservation at the Washington Hilton. Amtrak records show he left Torrance on April 21st, stopping in Chicago and arriving in Washington, carrying, alleges the complaint, the 2 guns he'd bought in California. His sister told investigators he stored those weapons here at his parents' home in Torrance without them knowing, the White House told CNN. In the email sent to Allen's family, Allen wrote, "Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It is complicity in the oppressor's crimes." The email was signed, coldForce, friendly federal assassin, Allen. The prosecutor in Washington says it is possible that there could be additional charges depending on where this investigation goes. But for now, he is currently facing 3 different counts: intent to assassinate the President of the United States, transporting weapons and ammunition across state lines, as well as discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. Kyung Long, CNN, Torrance, California.
So just to reiterate, he's being charged with trafficking those weapons. And there was a jerk who was saying that there was a simple Google search that you could make, and then you would learn that it's legal for him to carry those weapons. And that was just a troll in my chat, and they could go somewhere else and lie, because the fact of the matter is it was not legal to carry those weapons on the train. He is being charged with carrying those weapons across state lines, which is why we had that discussion. Please be careful with what you say in my chat. And YouTube, I wish YouTube would do a better job of stopping people for trying to spread lies, because people could get arrested and end up in jail if you were to listen and read some of the stupid, idiotic shit that trolls say. It is illegal. He is being charged with carrying those guns on the train. He should not have carried those guns on the train, regardless of whether they were his guns or not. And that's why he's being charged with carrying those weapons on the train. Straight up. That's why he's being charged with carrying those weapons on the train. Let's go. This is a video as I talk about the profile of these shooters. This is Joshua Jan in the Dallas ICE shooting.
Denise's Robleto was waiting for her mother at the Dallas ICE field office and started filming. I was with my sister praying, she said.
At least 3 people shot, multiple people shot.
Police say the gunman perched on a rooftop, killed 1 detainee and wounded 2 others before taking his own life. No ICE officers were injured. DHS calling it an attack on ICE law enforcement. The FBI releasing this image of shell casings found near the shooter, engraved with the words anti-ICE. Tom speaking with the acting ICE director.
There were some brave men and women on the ground that went into those vans, were pulling those detainees out while they're under fire.
And they were all shot while they were in the vehicle?
They were shot while they were in the vehicle, right? So the shooter obviously didn't know who was in the vehicle. He was just randomly shooting at windows into vehicles that he already seen down there.
The agency releasing images of bullet holes in a window and American flag inside the facility. Authorities say the gunman fired multiple rounds from the top of that building into this ICE facility a few hundred yards away. Tonight, NBC News has learned the shooter is 29-year-old Joshua John, according to multiple senior law enforcement officials. John's brother described him to NBC News as unique without elaborating, saying he didn't have strong feelings about ICE as far as I knew, and that he was not a marksman, that's for sure. It comes as DHS says there's been a 1,000% increase in violence against ICE officers, including an ambush-style shooting outside an ICE facility in Texas, and a man appearing to open fire at immigration agents during California protests. President Trump tonight blaming Democrats, posting, "I'm calling on all Democrats to stop this rhetoric against ICE and America's law enforcement right now."
All the vile talk against ICE, calling us Nazis, Gestapos, that something like this was going to happen, and it did. And, for me, it's my worst nightmare. Never thinking that in our own facility, our own location, we take sniper fire in a major city.
All right, Priscilla joins us now live. And Priscilla, I know you have some new reporting on the victims in this shooting.
Yeah, Tom, as you can see, still an active scene here, and Mexican authorities are confirming that one of those injured is a Mexican national. DHS says that both of the people injured are in critical condition, and the DHS secretary tonight saying that she is praying for the victims and their families.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app.
Just more context of these guys and the Democrats and the violence. More context of what's been going on in the streets and the Democrats and the violence. I got my brother from another mother, a subscriber of mine, one of my #1 supporters, my brother from another mother, Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith going to come in and also give his take on the Democrats and these protests and the violence and what's been going on with the violence and the protests. I need everybody watching right now. Double tap at the like button, hit the like, share, subscribe. You rocking with me through the shadows. We in the shadows fighting back the 240,000 army, all of the millions of views, millions of subscribers. We fighting through the shadows. I don't know what happened, how we got into the shadows, but we in the shadow. We've been in the shadows before. When did Bang say, "You want to use the dark? I was born in the dark." So they think they could put me in the shadows. They think they can shadow ban me, but they don't know I'm a brother. Brothers were born in the shadows, right? Somebody else wants to debate illegality as if I am the one putting out the news. Doug, I am not the Doug. What is this, Doug? Help me out, Doug. Help me out. Help everybody else out. Like I said before, I got time today, Doug. Help us out, Doug. What is it about, Doug? What is it that you want to say to the people, Doug? It's your chance. We put you on stage, Doug. Everybody in YouTube, all 16 people, Doug. I mean, when there's hundreds of people here, these bitches don't say shit. But now this bitch got some balls today. Okay, ballless bitch, Doug. Come on, Doug the bitch. What is it that you want to say, bitch? 17 people here with your bitch ass and your bitch ass. Come on, man. You on the stage, man. Is it the fact he was on the train versus delivering that made the transportation? And that ain't even how you spell the word, man. That ain't even how you spell the word, man. What are you doing, Doug? What are you doing, Doug? Transport, letation. This is the shit we got to deal with when we in the shadows. This is the shit you got to deal with when you in the shadows. It was an honest question. Doug, did you read what you just wrote? Doug, read what you just wrote. Transport, letation, illegal. Is it driven? Doug, did you? Come on, bro. It's not a question. It's not legible. You didn't ask me nothing. You didn't say nothing. It's not legible, Doug. Now, POP, hold it down. I'm legally blind. I'm legally blind. POP, hold it down. I'm legally blind. POP, hold it down. Hold it down, Doug. If you blind, Doug, don't trip. You don't need to watch. Just listen. Hold it down, Doug. I just blocked Doug, but don't trip. You can still listen at your blind ass. POP, hold it down. I'm legally blind. Well, guess what? Your monkey ass can still listen. You can still listen, Doug. POP, hold it down.
What I will say is this.
Doug, you can still listen, Doug. Ooh. Is you deaf and blind? Deaf, dumb, and blind, Doug. Doug, you should have led with deaf, Doug. And what does blind have to do with inability to spell correctly? That's an insult to blind people. Is there any blind people watching me right now? You hear that? I said, is there any blind people watching me right now? Woo shit. Is there any blind people watching me right now? If there is, comment please, because Doug is insulting the blind. You can lead them to water, but you can't make them drink. Is there any blind people watching me right now? Because I think blind people would be insulted because you're trying to say because you're blind you can't spell. I think most blind people would disagree. I think they know how to spell. Let's get Stephen A. Smith's take on this democratic violence from the shadows of the YouTube algorithmic shadow ban. Thank you to the trolls. Thank you to my lack of support from my normal subscribers. This doesn't happen without the trolls flagging the channel, hating on the channel, and this doesn't happen without the people who watch me normally not supporting. So fuck you both. Fuck you both. Fuck you both.
What I will say is this. I'm sick and tired of us giving lip service to the narrative of dialing down the rhetoric. We need enough of that. Stop talking about it and do it. Stop talking about it and do it. You know, let's debate policy. Let's talk about what's actually happening in our country from a policy perspective, whether we agree or disagree and why, as opposed to engaging in name calling, speaking about people in incendiary and derogatory fashion, and fomenting and feeding into the hostility and the ire that some sick individuals out there want to exercise and engage in. Let's stop talking about it and start doing it. Because I got news for you. It's important that we do that. What I will say is this. I'm sick and tired of us giving lip service to the narrative of dialing down the rhetoric. We need enough of that. Stop talking about it and do it. Stop talking about it and do it. You know, let's debate policy. Let's talk about what's actually happening in our country from a policy perspective, whether we agree or disagree and why, as opposed to engaging in name calling, speaking about people in incendiary and derogatory fashion, and fomenting and feeding into the hostility and the ire that some sick individuals out there want to exercise and engage in. Let's stop talking about it and start doing it. Because I got news for you. It's important that we do that. What I will say is this. I'm sick and tired of us giving lip service to the narrative of dialing down the rhetoric. We need enough of that. Stop talking about it and do it. Stop talking about it and do it. You know, let's debate policy. Let's talk about what's actually happening in our country from a policy perspective, whether we agree or disagree and why, as opposed to engaging in name calling, speaking about people in incendiary and derogatory fashion, and fomenting and feeding into the hostility and the ire that some sick individuals out there want to exercise and engage in. Let's stop talking about it and start doing it. Because I got news for you. It's important that we do that. What I will say is this. I'm sick and tired of us giving lip service to the narrative of dialing down the rhetoric. We need enough of that. Stop talking about it and do it. Stop talking about it and do it. You know, let's debate policy. Let's talk about what's actually happening in our country from a policy perspective, whether we agree or disagree and why, as opposed to engaging in name calling, speaking about people in incendiary and derogatory fashion, and fomenting and feeding into the hostility and the ire that some sick individuals out there want to exercise and engage in. Let's stop talking about it and start doing it. Because I got news for you. It's important that we do that. What I will say is this. I'm sick and tired of us giving lip service to the narrative of dialing down the rhetoric. We need enough of that. Stop talking about it and do it. Stop talking about it and do it. You know, let's debate policy. Let's talk about what's actually happening.
They don't have the ability to debate policy, Steve. Every day I ask them to debate policy, Steve. They don't have the ability to debate policy, Steve. Straight up. If they did that, I believe the chat will reflect differently. They would come in with policy questions. They don't have real intelligence. The problem Stephen A. Smith is missing is that they don't have real intelligence, brother. Right? They don't possess real intelligence. That's why they lead with fear and violence and anger.
Sharing. Previously, no data was shared. We had no idea where the taxpayer dollars were spent. Just one red state. The recent dump of data, we found SNAP recipients had more than 2,000 Tesla owners, 200 Alfa Romeo owners, more than 144 that were receiving food stamps were driving Porsches. Again, this is the data dumps we're getting because before we had no accountability on any of these programs. We now are requiring accountability. The blue states are suing us. They don't want to share the data. And can you imagine, this was a red state where there is actually some taxpayer accountability. Imagine what's happening in the blue states if that's happening in the red states. Sharing. Previously, no data was shared. We had no idea where the taxpayer dollars were spent. Just one red state. The recent dump of data, we found SNAP recipients had more than 2,000 Tesla owners, 200 Alfa Romeo owners, more than 144 that were receiving food stamps were driving Porsches. Again, this is the data dumps we're getting because before we had no accountability on any of these programs. We now are requiring accountability. The blue states are suing us. They don't want to share the data. And can you imagine, this was a red state where there is actually some taxpayer accountability. Imagine what's happening in the blue states if that's happening in the red states. Sharing. Previously, no data was shared. We had no idea where the taxpayer dollars were spent. Just one red state. The recent dump of data, we found SNAP recipients had more than 2,000 Tesla owners, 200 Alfa Romeo owners, more than 144 that were receiving food stamps were driving Porsches. Again, this is the data dumps we're getting because before we had no accountability on any of these programs. We now are requiring accountability. The blue states are suing us. They don't want to share the data. And can you imagine, this was a
We've been talking about the Democratic rhetoric. We've been talking about the violence that's being stoked on the side of the left. And here's a further example of your favorite, Barack Obama, Wakanda, Wamama, the Black Panther Party, Hakeem Jeffries. Ha, ha, we love you, Hakeem. Ha, ha, we love you, Hakeem.
As it relates to anything.
Hakeem Jeffries and the crafty Democrats. We've been talking, this is Hakeem Jeffries' response. Now remember, Hakeem Jeffries on record, sending a letter to Jeffrey Epstein post-conviction After 2008, Hakeem Jeffries on record soliciting funds from a PDF, Jeffrey Epstein. Now think about this. The shooter was mad at Trump for being a PDF. I guess he believes the narrative that's been put out. The truth is, the guy you're watching on your screen, Hakeem Jeffries, one of the Democratic minority leader, the leader of the Democratic Party. And no one's ever asked him to step down. This is the thing, you can troll me. People get upset with me, troll me, but here it is, the leader of your Democratic Party is soliciting money from a convicted PDF, and you now have a killer and Cole Thomas Allen arrested for attempted assassination of the president. And what did he say? He said, troll. He said, Trump is a this. And the fact of the matter is, Hakeem Jeffries sent Jeffrey Epstein a letter asking him, please donate to my campaign. And I would like to have dinner with you. If you will have dinner with me, I can have Barack Obama join us for dinner. That's the record. Hakeem Jeffries on record soliciting Jeffrey Epstein for money and saying that if you join me for dinner to donate money to my campaign, I'll have Barack Obama join us and you'll be able to meet the president.
As it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism. As it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism. This is your Democratic Party. This is how the Democrats feel. This is what he has to say after the violence, after the shooting, after violence in Memphis, where someone is arrested with a 38 caliber weapon. This is Hakeem Jeffries, minority leader of the House. Relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism. As it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism. That's how they feel. Tell us how you feel, Hakeem Jeffries. Tell us how you feel, Hakeem Jeffries. Another great example of the incompetence of your Democrat. When I say purple hair protesters, and I say a great example, this is a great example of the incompetence of Democrats, the DEI hired nature of the Democrats, the purple hair and I mean literally purple hair protesting Democrats. Let's take a listen.
Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case, you familiar with it?
No, I maybe others are. I'm not, but let me ask.
But that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we as an agency don't have the authority to get creative if Section 202 of the Clean Air Act.
No, but you don't have, excuse me, you do not have the right to say climate change does not exist, that it's a hoax, and that's where this administration is coming from.
I understand you're upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because.
You know what the major policies doctrine is?
You know what, let me just
You're a member of Congress. You should know.
Just
Do you want me to tell you what the two biggest
No,
Supreme
I
Court
want you to
cases
tell
are of the
me.
last few years?
This is what I want you
Michigan
to tell
versus
me.
EPA,
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second and wait for the questions and answer the questions.
Well, I answered your question,
No, you
and
didn't.
you didn't like my answer because
did
you
not
don't know what
answer the
Loper Bright is,
question.
because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is.
And what you want to do is to deny. You want
No,
to
I actually read the law. I do my homework.
really.
You're just somebody who likes to have the microphone on. You know what I have to do? I read the law.
You know,
I
Mr.
read the
Chairman, I don't
Supreme
have
Court
to listen
cases.
to this, and I would say
No,
that,
what you should do
that
for your
is-
constituents is actually read statute.
yes,
Our folks at the EPA is that you want to
I don't
defund
have
us.
to listen to this BS.
BS. You think I made up these cases?
Sad. DEI hire at its finest. Purple hair protester. This is what I deal with every day. I love this brother. He did it a lot better than me. He's able to keep his calm. I'll be cussing people out. But he showed the fact that she doesn't deserve her job. See, he says it's important that you understand when I talk about Iran and I talk about the understanding of geopolitics and everything going on in the globe. And when we look at what happened in OPEC, I know people don't understand. And I say to myself, it's important that you understand this data point if you have an opinion on Iran, if you have an opinion on Trump. If you don't know this data point, you're not giving me an educated opinion on this subject. You're simply just being emotional. Double tap at the like button.
Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case, you're familiar with it?
No, I maybe others are. I'm not. But let me ask.
But that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we as an agency don't have the authority to get creative. If Section 202 of the Clean Air Act.
No,
doesn't-
but you don't have, excuse me, you do not have the right
I
to
was
say
actually
climate
answering your
change does not exist, that it's a hoax, and that's where this administration
I
is
understand
coming
you're
from.
upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major
You know,
policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because
You know what the
this
major
is-
policies doctrine is?
You know what, let me just
You're a
say this
member
to
of
you.
Congress. You should know.
just
Do you
tell
want me to tell you what the two biggest
No, I
Supreme Court
want you to
cases
tell
are of the
me.
last few years?
This is what I want you
Michigan
to tell
versus
me.
EPA,
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second and wait for the questions and answer the questions.
Well, I answered your question,
you
and you didn't
didn't.
like my answer because
did
you
not
don't know what
answer the
Loper Bright is,
question.
because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is.
And what you want to do is to deny. You want
No,
to.
I actually read the law. I do my homework.
Really?
You're just somebody who likes to have the microphone on. You know what I have to do? I read the law.
You know,
I
Mr.
read the
Chairman, I don't
Supreme
have
Court
to listen
cases.
to this, and I would say
No,
that, you
what
know,
you should do
that
for your
is-
constituents is actually read statute. Our folks at the
Thank
EPA is
you.
that you want to
I don't
defund
have
us.
to listen to this BS.
BS. You think I made up these cases?
What you should do for your constituents is know the law. Before you come in here and say something in the chat room, you should know what you're talking about.
Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case, you're familiar with it?
No, I maybe others are. I'm not. But let me ask.
But that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we as an agency don't have the authority to get creative. If Section 202 of the Clean Air Act.
No,
doesn't-
but you don't have, excuse me, you do not have the right
I
to
was
say
actually
climate
answering your
change does not exist.
This is they can't follow the law if they don't know the law. This would happen with the shooter, taking the guns, believing everything Rachel Maddow says. They can't follow the law if they don't know the law, and I believe they're willfully ignorant. My father used to use that term. I believe they're willfully ignorant. Listen.
That it's a hoax, and that's where this administration
I
is
understand
coming
you're
from.
upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major
You know,
policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because
You know what the
this
major policies doctrine is?
You know what, let me just
You're a
say this
member
to
of
you.
Congress. You should know.
just
Do you want me to tell you what the two biggest
No,
Supreme
I
Court
want you to
cases
tell
are of the
me.
last few years?
This is what I want you
Michigan
to tell
versus
me.
EPA,
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second and wait for the questions and answer the questions.
Well, I answered your question,
No, you
and you
didn't.
didn't like my answer because
did
you
not
don't know what
answer the
Loper Bright is,
question.
because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is.
And what you want to do is to deny. You want
No,
to.
I actually read the law. I do my homework.
Really?
You're just somebody who likes to have the microphone on. You know what I have to do? I read the law.
You know,
I
Mr.
read the
Chairman, I
Supreme
don't have
Court
to listen
cases.
to this, and I would say
No,
that,
what you should do
that
for your
is-
constituents is actually read statute. Our folks at the EPA is that you want to
I don't
defund
have
us.
to listen to this BS.
BS. You think I made up these cases?
Do you think he made up the cases? Oh, man, he did a good job, man. He did a good job. What y'all think, man? Do y'all know any of the cases that he quoted? Anybody in the chat?
Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case, you're familiar with it?
No, maybe others are. I'm not, but let me ask.
But that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we as an agency don't have the authority to get creative if Section 202 of the Clean Air Act.
No,
doesn't-
but you don't have, excuse me, you do not have the right
I
to
was
say
actually
climate
answering your
change
questions.
does not exist, that it's a hoax, and that's where this administration
I
is
understand
coming
you're
from.
upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because
You know what the
this
major
is-
policies doctrine is?
You know what, let me just
You're a
say this
member
to
of
you.
Congress. You should know.
just
Do you
tell
want me to tell you what the two biggest
No,
Supreme
I
Court
want you to
cases
tell
are of the
me.
last few years?
But this is what I want you
Michigan
to tell
versus
me.
EPA,
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second and wait for the questions and answer the questions.
Well, I answered your question,
No, you
and you
didn't.
didn't like my answer because
did
you
not
don't know what
answer the
Loper Bright is,
question.
because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is.
And what you want to do is to deny. You want
No,
to
I actually read the law. I do my homework.
really.
You're just somebody who likes to have the microphone on. You know what I have to do? I read the law.
You know,
I
Mr.
read the
Chairman, I
Supreme
don't have
Court
to listen
cases.
to this, and I would say
No,
this,
what you should do
that
for your
is-
constituents is actually read statute. Our folks at the EPA is that you wanted to
I don't
fund
have
us.
to listen to this BS.
BS. You think I made up these cases?
Is it BS? So the whole argument was about she's trying to say he can't say climate change is not real. He can't say climate change is not real.
Bernie, the socialist with 3 houses, the climate change warrior who takes private jets around the country, Joe schooled him on global warming.
You got to deal with this climate change issue. And I know that, there are some people who think climate change is a hoax. It ain't a hoax. I think the last 10 years have been the warmest on record.
First of all, the reality is that the Earth's temperature has never been static, right? We could both agree on that. It's always been up and down. There's been ice ages and heat waves. And then the Washington Post looked at it. What was the time period that they looked at? That essentially they found that we're in a cooling period. That the Earth over the past X amount of years, and this was like a very inconvenient discovery, but
Funny, right? Funny, ain't it? Ain't it funny? Let's listen to this again. Bernie Sanders, and then notice one thing, Bernie Sanders, again, 70, 80 years old, from the 19th century, old, antiquated baby boomer way of thinking and understanding of the earth and geopolitics. Let's listen to this again. Look at how old this purple-haired protesting Democrat is. And you would think she should know. She's about 70 years old. She should know.
Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case, you familiar with it?
No, maybe others are. I'm not, but let me ask.
But that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we as an agency don't have the authority to get creative if Section 202 of the Clean Air Act.
No,
doesn't-
but you don't have, excuse me, you do not have the right
I
to
was
say
actually
climate
answering your
change
questions.
does not exist, that it's a hoax, and that's where this administration
I
is
understand
coming
you're
from.
upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major
You know,
policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because
You know what the
this
major
is-
policies doctrine is?
You know what, let me just
You're a
say this
member
to
of
you.
Congress. You should know.
just
Do you want me to tell you what the two biggest
No, I
Supreme Court
want you to
cases
tell
are of the
me.
last few years?
This is what I want you
Michigan
to tell
versus
me.
EPA,
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second and wait for the questions and answer the questions.
Because she don't know what it is. Let's get back into this Joe Rogan, Bernie Sanders on this climate change.
The scientists who are out there, I think.
I know, but there's a lot of money involved in that too, Bernie. That's part of the problem. There's a lot of money involved in this whole climate change emergency issue, and there's a lot of control, and that's a big part of this problem.
Joe Rogan also schooled Bernie, the socialist with 3 houses, the climate change warrior who takes private jets around the country. Joe schooled him on global warming.
You got to deal with this climate change issue. And I know that, there are some people who think climate change is a hoax. It ain't a hoax. I think the last 10 years have been the warmest on record.
So let's go back. Let's go back. Let's get this shit understood. Let's get this shit understood. What is she?
You don't know what? Familiar with it?
No, maybe others are. I'm not. But let me ask.
But that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we, as an agency, don't have the authority to get creative. If Section 202 of the Clean Air Act.
No, but you don't have. Excuse me. You do not have the right to say climate change does not exist. That it's a hoax, and that's where this administration is coming.
Okay. You hear the crazy lady? Do you hear the crazy lady? Let's get back into it. Did you hear the crazy lady? You do not have a right to say climate change don't exist. That was the crazy lady with the purple hair at 80 years old. Let's get into it.
First of all, the reality is that the Earth's temperature has never been static, right? We could both agree on that. It's always been up and down. There's been ice ages and heat waves. And then the Washington Post looked at it. What was the time period that they looked at? That essentially they found that we're in a cooling period. That the Earth over the past X amount of years, and this was like a very inconvenient discovery, but they had to report the data, and kudos to them for doing that. Scientists have captured the Earth's climate change over the last 485 million years. Here's a surprising place we stand now. So look at the far end of that graph, and you see we're in a cooling period.
Well, I'm not sure. I didn't read that article, but
Yeah.
The scientists who are out there, I think.
I know, but there's a lot of money involved in that too, Bernie. That's part of the problem. There's a lot of money involved in this whole climate change emergency issue, and there's a lot of control. And that's a big part of this problem.
Joe Rogan also schooled Bernie, the socialist with 3 houses, the climate change warrior who takes private jets around the country. Joe schooled him.
Just to give a rebuttal, because she said that you can't say climate change ain't real, but Joe Rogan just debunked that.
Loper Bright says that we, as an agency, don't have the authority to get creative. If Section 202 of the Clean Air Act.
No, but you don't have. Excuse me. You do not have the right to say climate change does not exist.
Him on global warming.
You got to deal with this climate change issue. And I know that, there are some people who think climate change is a hoax. It ain't a hoax.
That it's a hoax, and that's where this administration
I
is
understand
coming
you're
from.
upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because
You know what the major policies doctrine?
She looked like his wife. She looked like Bernie Sanders with a wig on. It looked like, is it the same person? Hold up, Candace Owens, I'm coming for your title. Is this Bernie Sanders with a wig on? Not only do it look like Bernie Sanders, it sounds like Bernie Sanders, right? She trying to talk about climate.
Do not have the right to say climate change does not exist, that it's a hoax, and that's where this administration
I
is
understand
coming
you're
from.
upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because
You know what the major
That's Bernie Sanders with a wig. Now, this is Bernie Sanders right here saying the same thing.
I think the last 10 years have been the warmest on record.
First of all, the reality is that the Earth's temperature has never been static, right? We could both agree on that. It's always been up and down. There's been ice ages and heat waves. And then the Washington Post looked at it. What was the time period that they looked at? That essentially they found that we're in a cooling period. That the Earth over the past X amount of years, and this was like a very inconvenient discovery, but they had to report the data, and kudos to them for doing that. Scientists have captured the Earth's climate change over the last 485 million years. Here's a surprising place we stand now. So look at the far end of that graph, and you see we're in a cooling period.
Well, I'm not sure. I didn't read that article, but
Well, I'm not sure. You were sure 2 seconds ago when you were talking about climate change being real. Now you're not sure. Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
The scientists who are out there, I think.
I know, but there's a lot of money involved in that too, Bernie. That's part of the problem. There's a lot of money involved in this whole climate change emergency issue, and there's a lot of control. And that's a big part of this problem.
Joe Rogan also schooled Bernie, the
Another big part is that the Democrats don't know what the hell they're talking about.
policies doctrine is?
Let me just
You're a
say
member
this
of
to you.
Congress. You should know.
Just
Do you want me to tell you what the 2 biggest
No, I
Supreme
want
Court
you to
cases
tell
are of the
me.
last few years?
This is what I want you
Michigan
to tell
versus
me.
EPA,
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second and wait for the questions and answer the questions.
Well, I answered your question,
No, you
and you
didn't.
didn't like my answer because
did
you
not
don't know what
answer the
Loper Bright is,
question.
because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is.
And what you want to do is to deny. You want
No, I actually read the law. I do my homework.
Really?
You're just somebody who likes to have the microphone on. You know what I have to do? I read the law.
No,
I
Mr.
read the
Chairman, I don't
Supreme
have
Court
to listen
cases.
to this, and I would say
No,
that,
what you should do
that
for your
is-
constituents is actually read statutes. Our folks at the EPA is that you wanted to
I don't
fund
have
us.
to listen to this BS.
BS. You think I made up these cases?
Great job, bro. Great job.
Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case. You familiar with it?
No, I maybe others are. I'm not. But let me ask.
But that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we as an agency don't have the authority to get creative if Section 202 of the Clean Air Act.
No,
doesn't-
but you don't have, excuse me, you do not have the right to
I was
say
actually
climate
answering your
change does not exist, that it's a hoax, and that's where this administration
I
is
understand
coming
you're
from.
upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because
You know what the
this
major
is-
policies doctrine is?
You know what, let me just
You're a
say this
member
to
of
you.
Congress. You should know.
just
Do you
tell
want me to tell you what the two biggest
No,
Supreme
I
Court
want you to
cases
tell
are of the
me.
last few years?
This is what I want you
Michigan
to tell
versus
me.
EPA,
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second and wait for the questions and answer the questions.
Well, I answered your question,
No, you
and you didn't
didn't.
like my answer because
did
you
not
don't know what
answer the
Loper Bright is,
question.
because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is.
And what you want to do is to deny. You want
No,
to.
I actually read the law. I do my homework.
Really?
You're just somebody who likes to have the microphone on. You know what I have to do? I read the law.
No,
I
Mr.
read the
Chairman, I
Supreme
don't have
Court
to listen
cases.
to this, and I would say
No,
that,
what you should do
that
for your
is-
constituents is actually read statutes. Our folks at the EPA is that you wanted to
I don't
fund
have
us.
to listen to this BS.
BS. You think I made up these cases?
Purple hair protester. Purple. Do you know somebody came in my chat and said her hair is not purple, it's royal blue? Can't make this shit up, man.
I know that the educators are going to be.
Memphis PD clashed with protesters at No Kings rally. Memphis PD clashed with protesters at No Kings rally. We watching the class. What y'all think? Was it justified? I need to know in the chat. Was it justified? Were the police justified?
So we're just seeing here in downtown Memphis at the No Kings protest that looks like police just detained one protester here. We saw it live. The person was pretty much tackled to the ground. I'm not 100% sure exactly how that happened, or what exactly is happening, but it does look like police detained one protester so far. As you can see, it's pretty huddled up down there in the downtown Memphis area. You can see State Representative Justin J. Pearson and a few other county and city leaders down there as well in the mix of where police and protesters are currently. Again, not exactly sure what just happened that led up to that protester being detained, but we will take a closer look at exactly what's going on in that area right now. Again, this is in the downtown Memphis area. You're taking a live look at the No Kings protest.
We live in downtown Memphis, April 21st. No Kings protest. Armed suspect arrested. Violence breaks out. Democrats acting up.
I'm very proud.
And they think we're going to watch a damn commercial. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And they don't even want to give me the... That's okay. Let's go here. Let's go here. It's a beautiful world. Everybody got to get their money. It's a beautiful world. Everybody got to get their money. Double tap, hit the like button. Everybody watching right now, double tap, hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Double tap, hit the like button. I didn't think he was disrespectful at all. I don't think he was disrespectful at all. I think it's more disrespectful that she didn't know how to do her job and she didn't know those laws, but she holds that position as a politician. And you sound dangerous. If you focus on this sexism, this is what the Democrats do. They want you to focus on race, whether someone is a man or a woman, whether something is Democrat or Republican, and not whether or not that woman deserves the job based on her qualifications. And if she doesn't know the statutes that he was quoting, I argue she don't deserve the job. And whether or not he was disrespectful is irrelevant in adult conversations. And I mean that in the most disrespectful way, Al. Whether or not you think this man is being respectful to her, this is a professional discourse. And what he is saying is spot on. You, as an elected official who has a right to defund me and my ability to enforce the Constitution and the law, should know what the fuck the law is before you come here and question me on my fucking job. That is the fact. And there is no disrespect in a professional discourse. She should know the questions. How disrespectful are you that you claim to be a representative of the people and you are unprepared? DEI. I don't care about the purple hair dye. I don't care about your bluster. I want you to be prepared. That's why Jasmine Crockett is fired, and every Democrat like this who is not prepared for the show should be fired by your vote. Do not vote for whoever this is.
Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case. You familiar with it?
No, I maybe others are. I'm not. But let me ask.
But that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we, as an agency, don't have the authority to get creative. If Section 202 of the Clean Air Act.
No, he's saying you should not have oversight over me if you don't understand what the site is. Can anybody agree with me in the chat? You do not deserve to have oversight over me and my department if you do not understand these integral Supreme Court decisions that frame what I do every day. He's pissed because her statements are disrespectful because he has to come to work every day. Despite what she's espousing on there with her purple hair, he still has to show up to work every day. And these Supreme Court decisions dictate how he does his job. Do you guys, everyone understand that in the chat? When the Supreme Court sends down one of these rulings, it changes the way he does his job. And if she has oversight over money, over power, you got to understand these Supreme Court decisions.
No, but you don't have, excuse me, you do not have the right to say climate change does not exist, that it's a hoax, and that's where this administration is coming from.
I understand you're upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because
you know what the major policies doctrine is?
You know what, let me just
You're a member of Congress. You should know. Do you want me to tell you what the two biggest Supreme Court cases are of the last few years?
This is what I want you
Michigan
to tell
versus
me.
EPA.
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second. And wait for the questions and answer the questions.
Well, I answered your question,
No, you
and you didn't like my answer because you don't know what Loper Bright is, because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is.
And what you want to do is to deny. You want.
No, I actually read the law. I do my homework.
Really?
You're just somebody who likes to have the microphone on. You know what I have to do? I read the law.
You know,
I read the Supreme Court cases.
This, and I would say
no,
that,
what you should do for your constituents is actually read statutes. Our folks at the EPA is that you wanted to fund us.
I don't have to listen to this BS.
BS.
What you should actually do is read the statutes. How about be prepared and do your job?
You think I made up these cases?
Do you think he made up the case?
Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case. You familiar with it?
No, I maybe others are. I'm not. But let me ask.
But that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we, as an agency, don't have the authority to get creative. If Section 202 of the Clean Air Act.
No, but you don't have, excuse me, you do not have the right to say climate change does not exist, that it's a hoax, and that's where this administration is coming from.
I understand you're upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because.
You know what the major policies doctrine is?
It does.
You're a member of Congress. You should
not prepared. prepared
want me to
for the
tell you
show.
what the two biggest Supreme Court cases are of the last few
You're
years?
not prepared for the show.
Michigan versus EPA,
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second and wait for the questions and answer the questions.
Well, I answered your question,
No, you
and
didn't.
you didn't like my answer because
did
you
not
don't know what
answer the
Loper Bright is,
question.
because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is.
And what you want to do is to deny. You want
No,
to.
I actually read the law. I do my homework.
Really?
You're just somebody who likes to have the microphone on. You know what I have to do? I read the law.
You know,
I
Mr.
read the
Chairman, I don't
Supreme
have
Court
to listen
cases.
to this, and I would say
No,
this,
what you should do
that
for your
kids-
constituents is actually read statute. Our folks at the EPA is that you wanted to
I don't
fund
have
us.
to listen to this BS.
BS. You think I made up these cases?
You think he made up these cases? This is where we at in America. They don't feel like they have to be prepared or know the job at all. We are live in Memphis. We are live in Memphis where the protest No Kings rally got completely out of control. We live in Memphis where we have violence, pepper spray, and someone with a .38 pistol arrested. No Kings protests draw millions nationwide. This is over the weekend in April. Live in Memphis, someone being arrested. Pepper spray was displayed. And we had the person, one of the people arrested.
So we're just seeing here in downtown Memphis at the No Kings protest that looks like police just detained one protester here. We saw it live. The person was pretty much tackled to the ground. I'm not 100% sure exactly how that happened, or what exactly is happening, but it does look like police detained one protester so far. As you can see, it's pretty huddled up down there in the downtown Memphis area. You can see State Representative Justin J. Pearson and a few other county and city leaders down there as well in the mix of where police and protesters are currently. Again, not exactly sure what just happened that led up to that protester being detained, but we will take a closer look at exactly what's going on in that area right now. Again, this is in the downtown Memphis area. You're taking a live look at the No Kings protest.
Give us back our people. Give us back our people. Hey, can we get back our people? Can we get back our people? Can we get our people back? Officer. Can we get our people back? Protect us, don't hurt us. We want our people back. We want our people back. We can't exercise our First Amendment right. Give us back our people. This is the problem right here. We have a First Amendment right. We have a First Amendment right.
Hey, we're not going to execute.
Hey, hey.
I'm doing horse shit. I want That's that congressperson, right? The guy with the afro. Isn't that Congress? He looks like the congressman. I've seen him before on CNN. Let me know in the chat. What's his name? Isn't that the congressman? He's not even trying to calm down the people, remind them that this should be a peaceful protest, respect police officers, respect law and order. The Democrats need to be held accountable. This is the perfect example of here is an opportunity for a Democratic leader, a recognizable Democratic leader who they've elected to take the opportunity. Have your Martin Luther King moment right now. You grandstand like Jasmine Crockett when you're in Congress. Take the moment now. Take the moment now. Calm these people down. Isn't that? Put his name in the chat, you guys. We live in Memphis. In case everybody coming in right now, you watching the Perfect Timing podcast. We live in Memphis. Over the weekend, there was a No Kings rally in Memphis that ended in arrest and violence. Pepper spray. Someone got arrested with a .38 caliber weapon. Police were, and you saw where the police warned them. And now I'm pointing out that I recognize this as a Democratic leader and he is doing nothing to calm down the situation. I need everybody to do you hear the police officer saying get out of the street? That is a lawful order from a police officer. If you don't follow that order, you can be arrested. Everybody listening, I'm just keeping track of what I hear and what's going on, juxtaposed of what's being reported. If they say the police didn't have a right, I just heard the police officer say, MPD arrest no King's protester, say get out of the street, and no one listening. Already, you ready to get arrested. Double tap it to like if you agree.
Get out of the street. Let's go. You sure do. You're in the street.
What wasn't reported is the police are attempting to clear the streets legally and lawfully. These are not just like people walking down the street. These are police officers doing their job. There are Congress people right there, and the police are asking the citizens who are supposed to be peacefully protesting to clear the street. You're supposed to please comply. Can I get please comply in the chat?
Get out of the street. We're going to go to jail for it. No reason to
sidewalk. Y'all can continue here. Go to the sidewalk.
Y'all just doing this to set
sidewalk.
I won't.
We live on ABC right now. That's fine. Go to the sidewalk.
Now, are you watching this? Now, do you see the guy with the afro? I told you he is an elected official. This is a Democrat leader and an elected official. We all recognize this young guy with the afro because we've seen him get sanctioned in the House, right? Now, as the police get some order, get everybody to the sidewalk, he is part of the group who is riling up the crowd. Did you guys see that? The crowd is quiet. The police is getting the crowd on the sidewalk, and they start a chant.
No reason to
sidewalk. Y'all can continue here. Go to the sidewalk.
Y'all just doing this to set
sidewalk. I'm sorry. We live on ABC right now. That's fine. Go to the sidewalk.
To get everybody on the sidewalk. Now someone starts up a chant. The police are asking them to go back to the park. I'm assuming that they maybe have a permit for this protest at a specific location. So the police are well within their right because they have to keep order, commerce, traffic. So they are asking the citizens who are acting unruly under the guise of Democratic leadership. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. There are Democratic elected officials and leadership and politicians out there. And the police are asking them simply return to the park where I assume they have a permit for this legal protest. I assume they have a permit for this legal protest. Police officers are asking them to return back to the park lawfully, and they are chanting and refusing. Keep in mind, I just want to keep in context what we're watching. We're live from Memphis, No Kings rally, where the Democrats keeping the violence and the rhetoric going. I said we're live from Memphis, No Kings rally, where the Democrats are keeping the rhetoric and the violence going. You might ask yourself, why is it like this? Let me show you evidence. This is Hakeem Jeffries, leader of the minority party. Are you familiar with who is the leader of the minority in the House? You may not know this terminology. That's why you're watching my channel. Double tap and hit the like button. If you're watching my channel, you're at the right place because you'll learn about things like this. Hakeem Jeffries is in the House. He's one of the champions of the squad, and he's also the leader of the minority party, which is the Democrats. The majority leader is Mike Johnson, who has the current ruling of the House. Double tap, hit the like button. Listen to what the minority leader has to say when it comes to this political violence in the United States. Listen to this. You won't believe it. Or maybe you will after watching what I just showed you in Memphis. Then we're going to go back to Memphis as you get context of what we're watching.
As it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism.
That's an elected politician. He's not only an elected politician, he is the minority leader of the Democratic Party in the House. Hakeem Jeffries, using profanity. You can get mad at me. I'm a YouTuber. I'm a podcaster. This is your Democratic leadership. Hakeem Jeffries, the person who solicited Jeffrey Epstein to have dinner after his 2008 conviction. Hakeem Jeffries, your Democratic leader. Hakeem Jeffries, the one who has the government shut down, the reason why Secret Service agents, one of them who took a bullet, have not been paid for 70 days. As we go to Memphis, as we look at the Memphis unrest, as we look at the Memphis No Kings rally protest that ended with pepper spray and someone being arrested with a 38 caliber pistol, you might want to ask yourself, why are Democrats acting this way? This is their leader. This is your, as you talk about no kings, here go your king.
As it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism. As it relates to anything that has been said.
He said, I don't give a damn. That's your Democratic leaders. If you want to understand why we seeing this violence, why people don't listen to the police, why they're acting out, bringing 38 caliber pistols. What I am explaining to you is someone at this rally was arrested with a 38 caliber pistol. Why would you bring a loaded gun to a peaceful rally? Keep in mind, Alex Purdy in Minnesota he responded to a signal chat message from an Ice Out protest that said, come to Glam Donuts. Alex Purdy came to that. He responded to that message with a loaded gun with extra magazines. And then he was unalived when police noticed he had a gun holster. Double tap, hit the like button if you recall. Alex Purdy responded to a signal message with a loaded gun. And we still, after 2 people lost their life, after this hotel shooting, we still have Democrats showing up to supposedly peaceful protests. When are we going to stop calling these things peaceful protests? When are we going to stop calling these things peaceful protests? We still have Democrats showing up to so-called peaceful protests with loaded guns. We still have Democrats showing up to so-called peaceful protests with loaded guns. How long are we going to call them peaceful protests? How much violence do Democrats have to do? How much violence do Democrats have to do? Why are you bringing a loaded gun? Why are you bringing a loaded gun to a protest? Why are you bringing a loaded gun to a protest? Why did Alex Purdy bring a loaded weapon to a protest? I don't believe you can legally, lawfully call these peaceful protests anymore. I believe they pose a threat. These No Kings rallies pose a threat to the public and the safety, not only of the people, but the country. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree.
Come on, this is exactly what they're about. Escalating shit. Fucking like if innocent people up and they're fucking do their job. Fucking crime ain't going down. You motherfuckers are the real fucking problem.
You want to go? Hey, man, we're going to go this way. Look like they're getting out of hand. Look like somebody getting arrested. Look like they're getting out of hand. Look like somebody getting arrested. Wow.
And we're taking another look. Again, this is the downtown Memphis area where the No Kings protest is taking place right now. They were marching, and again, looks like it got pretty tense out there. As you can see, Memphis police officers, looks like they're detaining another protester. So far, we saw one protester detained. Looks like another one may be getting detained right now as you are currently watching live in the downtown Memphis area. Again, dozens of protesters out there marching along the streets, holding up their signs, again, protesting against President Donald Trump. Again, this comes as a nationwide protest. So I'm not sure exactly what's been happening in other areas, but as of right now in the downtown Memphis area, we are seeing that there is some form of disturbance, escalation down there. Tension is what we've been seeing the past couple of minutes right now. And again, the downtown Memphis area, protesters were marching along Bill Street, and I believe we're making their way up through other areas. Looks like they're near the FedEx Forum there, but right there in the middle of the street, you see tensions escalating just now, as well as you are currently seeing police detaining or trying to de-escalate an issue, but looks like maybe another person may be detained. We're going to take a closer look at what's happening right now.
Hey, boy picked it up. Somebody picked it up. Who wants to be a police officer after watching this? Look how the people are treating the police officers who have been sworn to protect and serve. It's not an easy job. Back to blue. Thank you for your service to all the police officers. Do you guys think they're being treated with respect? Put a 1 in the chat if you think they're treating the police officers with respect. We live in Memphis. We're live in Memphis at No Kings rallies that ended in violence. We live in Memphis at No Kings rallies that ended in violence and pepper spray. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in. We're talking about the political violence being charged on the left. That is my opinion. My opinion that the political violence is being charged and pushed from the left. Disagree with me in the chat. It is my opinion. As we talk about the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter and all of the political violence, as I've just reported at this No Kings rally, we're going to get back to Memphis. This is my brother from another mother, Stephen A. Smith, and his opinion on the political violence and the rhetoric on the left.
What I will say is this. I'm sick and tired of us giving lip service to the narrative of dialing down the rhetoric. We need enough of that. Stop talking about it and do it. Stop talking about it and do it. You know, let's debate policy. Let's talk about what's actually happening in our country from a policy perspective, whether we agree or disagree and why, as opposed to engaging in name calling, speaking about people in incendiary and derogatory fashion, and fomenting and feeding into the hostility and the ire that some sick individuals out there want to exercise and engage in. Let's stop talking about it and start doing it. Because I got news for you. It's important that we do that. What I will say,
and he's speaking to the Democrats. He's speaking to the Democrats. Let's stop talking about it and do something about it.
This
is Stephen A. Smith speaking to his Democratic colleagues on just stop talking about it and do it. Stop the Democratic rhetoric. And in case you don't know what he means, this is what he means when he says stop it, stop the rhetoric, stop inciting the violence. This is an example. It's not just anybody. Hakeem Jeffries is the minority leader in the House. If you're watching my channel and you don't know what the minority leader is, then you need to watch a different channel. You need to understand geopolitics, domestic politics. You need to understand who Chuck Schumer is. Chuck Schumer is the minority Democratic leader in the Senate. They are minority leaders because they are not in power. The Republicans have the House. The Republicans have the Senate. You have Thune in the Senate. You have Mike in the House. Hakeem Jeffries is the minority leader. He is Democratic elite. He is I saw somebody put in the chat, no kings. This is your king. You may not understand it. You may not understand it, but this is your king. He is the minority leader in the House. And when Stephen A. Smith says, stop the rhetoric, this is what he means.
As it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism. As it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time.
Maximum warfare everywhere, all the time. Because my brother Scott Jennings called him out. Scott Jennings called him out on CNN about the maximum warfare comment, and that the Democrats have to take responsibility for the rhetoric, especially when their leadership says things like maximum warfare. And then Scott Jennings calling out the Democrats, calling out Democratic leadership. And then guess what this asshole does? He doubles down and he responds to Scott Jennings. His response to the violence is profanity. He doubles down on the warfare comment and he doubles down with profanity, and you can't make this up. He is responding to Scott Jennings saying the Democrats are behind the violence. His Scott Jennings example was the Democratic leadership saying war all the time. He's saying, I back that. He's standing on 10 toes. What is T.I.'s son name? King. King says, I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. Hakeem Jeffries is standing on business.
To the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time.
Maximum warfare everywhere, all the time. As we talk about Memphis violence, as we talk about the hotel shooting, as we talk about Democratic rhetoric, this is what it is. This is his response.
In connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched, I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism.
That is the minority leader of the House. He said, I stand by war all the time, everywhere. The minority leader of the House said, I stand by war all the time, everywhere. And he said, I don't give a damn.
This. I'm sick and tired of us giving lip service to the narrative of dialing down the rhetoric. We need enough of that. Stop talking about it and do it. Stop talking about it and do it. You know, let's debate policy. Let's talk about what's actually happening in our country from a policy perspective, whether we agree or disagree and why, as opposed to engaging in name calling, speaking about people in incendiary and derogatory fashion, and fomenting and feeding into the hostility and the ire that some sick individuals out there want to exercise and engage in. Let's stop talking about it and start doing it. because I got news for you. It's important that we do that. What I will say.
That's Stephen A. Smith responding to Hakeem Jeffries, responding to the violence. In the video, you see Donald Trump in the tuxedo, KashPatel in the tuxedo. This is after the White House shooting. Hakeem Jeffries' response to the violence is, we saw what Jimmy Kimmel said to the violence. Jimmy Kimmel said, Melania looks like a widow. Jimmy Kimmel should be fired. Tim Walz said he thought he would wake up to Donald Trump passing away. We saw multiple TikTokers who said, I wish I was waking up today to Donald Trump passing away. These are Americans who are making these videos and statements. A lot of people may say, why are Americans saying this? This is why. Let's go back to Memphis. Let's go back to Memphis and look at the violence that occurred over the weekend at a supposedly peaceful protest, a No Kings rally that was supposed to be a peaceful protest in Memphis.
This yesterday, WRG's Caitlin Barker has been gathering information all afternoon. And Caitlin, what are you learning?
Good afternoon, Shay. Well, I got a firsthand account from a witness who says the force she saw police use yesterday was uncalled for and excessive. Now, we have video for you, and as in the video, you can see protesters marching with their signs while a line of people peacefully stand between officers and protesters. Now, it's unclear what caused the line to break, but moments later, as people move away, officers are seen deploying their pepper spray. Now, the woman who recorded the video says nothing she witnessed just.
Now, remember, we just played video to get better context of police. This is not the park. Remember, this news report, they can frame it however they want to frame it. This is showing you how the legacy media frames their broadcast. The No Kings protest over the weekend did end in chaos, but what I did is I showed you earlier that the police were attempting to get these people out of the middle of the street. What you're looking at is the unruly protesters got back in the middle of the street purposely. The reason police are even engaging them is they have told them several times, get out of the middle of the street, blocking traffic, and return back to the park. They left the park to purposely, just like they did in Minnesota. This is by design, just like they did in Minnesota. ICE agents, ICE out groups were trained to go in the middle of the street and block traffic and be disruptive to state and city commerce. And the police are doing their job and asking them to get out of the street, go back to the park. Your permit only permits you to have your protest in the park. They are purposely in the middle of the street. You would not know that if I hadn't presented to you the context. You would not know that if I hadn't presented to you the context that we saw earlier here, where the police are simply asking them to get out of the street. Get out of the street. And I told you there was a congressperson there. I told you there was a congressperson there that was part of the protest. You need to get out of the street. This is another angle so you understand what led to the pepper spray, what preceded the pepper spray, what preceded the arrest. And keep in mind, the person that was arrested had a .38 caliber pistol, just like Alex Purdy in Minnesota. Alex Purdy came and responded to ICE out protests, signal back chat that said, come to Glam Donuts now. ICE agents are staging. Alex Purdy read that message, showed up with a gun with additional magazines. Somebody came to this Memphis No Kings protest with a loaded gun. Now let's look at the perspective of the police officers asking the citizens to get out of the street and return back to the park. Before I go to the video of the pepper spray and the violence. World War XI is hilarious. World War XI is crazy. I know the video you're talking about. World War XI is hilarious. That's democratic leadership. That's democratic leadership. It's not helping. You see a police leadership, democratic leadership. See that? That's a congressman. We know that guy from CNN. But look at all the bars and badges here. This is the leader, like a chief or so, a lieutenant, trying to get the people out of the street, and he's not helping. Pay attention.
Let's go.
You have look. You have a right to protest, and he said you sure do. You can't be in the street.
That's fine. You're in the street. Get out of the street. You're going to go to jail too.
So you go from clear the street, get out of the street, and then somehow they end up back in the damn street. They end up back in the damn street.
Marching with their signs while a line of people peacefully stand between officers and protesters. Now, it's unclear what caused the line to break, but I'm
telling you right now, they were in the middle of the street after being ordered to get out of the middle of the street. She's trying to frame it as if they had a right to be in the street because they're protesting simply because America has this right. They just like I talked about earlier with the weapons and concealed weapons. Yes, you have a right to protest. You have to get a permit and you have to do it legally and correctly. You can't interrupt other people's right in pursuit of happiness. That's what's so great about this country. That's what makes this country the greatest country in the world. And the Democrats are missing that. Yes, Democrats, you have a right to do what you're doing, but what Democrats don't understand is Democrats think their rights supersede the rights of others. That happened in COVID. That happened in COVID, where everybody thought that their rights, that they thought they were right, and because they were right, their rights mattered more than others. Where I'm right about COVID and the vaccine, so you shouldn't be able to go to the hospital. You shouldn't be able to do this. You shouldn't. So Democrat ideology has taken hold, and they believe, since they believe they are right, they believe others don't have rights. No, you can't be in the street, not because you don't have a right to protest. You can't be in the middle of the street because it takes away my rights. Don Lemon, put it in the chat. Don Lemon. You can be a journalist, but you cannot come into the place where I worship God and ask me questions. Why, Don Lemon? Because it infringes upon, see, that day, Don Lemon said, it's my right. I get to do this. You know why Don Lemon should go to jail? Because Democrats need to be taught that your rights are not more important than any other person's rights. And you don't get to supersede other people's right simply because you think you have a right to a First Amendment or to a Second Amendment. Don Lemon thought he had a right to a First Amendment, and he thought that gave him the right to override my right to worship. See, I also have a right to go to church on Sunday and worship whatever God I want and not be interrupted. Don Lemon, the reason you should go to jail is just like this protester being arrested. Your rights do not supersede my rights. You don't get to interrupt my church. And these Democratic purple-haired protesters don't get to block the road and interrupt traffic and commerce, because that would mean their rights are more important than other people's rights. And that's not the way it works. That's why we have police. Double tap hit the like button. That's why we have police.
hand account from a witness who says the force she saw police use yesterday was uncalled for and excessive. Now we have video for you, and as in the video you can see protesters marching with their signs while a line of people peacefully stand between officers and protesters. Now, it's unclear what caused the line to break, but moments later, as people move away, officers are seen deploying their pepper spray. Now, the woman who recorded the video says nothing she witnessed justified that level of force.
Yes, there were people who cursed. Yes, there was a chant that was said that mentioned the police in a negative way, but that's freedom of speech. And they had every right to have whatever was on their signs, and whatever came out of their mouths is our First Amendment right. I don't really care if the police were cursed at.
Put a one in the chat if you agree. Put a one in the chat if you agree that everything that they did was their First Amendment right, and they have a right to, because they have a freedom of speech, to go and trample over other people's rights. If you agree with this lady that their First Amendment right gave them a right to trample over other people's rights, she probably thinks Don Lemon should go free.
To have whatever was on their signs and whatever came out of their mouths is our First Amendment right. I don't really care if the police were cursed at. Their reaction was not appropriate for what happened.
Now, MPD released a statement saying that pepper spray was used on individuals that were resisting arrest, and it's unclear if the individuals pepper sprayed in that video were being arrested at that time. Now, coming up at 10, you'll hear more from this witness on how she thinks things could have been handled differently. I'm Caitlin Barker reporting.
So we live in Memphis at the No Kings rally. We're talking about political unrest being pushed out by the Democrats. And we're giving examples. We're showing Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries stoking the violence, doubling down on war all the time, war everywhere. Over the weekend, we had someone arrested at a No Kings rally, pepper spray, and they actually had a gun. They actually had a gun.
Clashed with those protesters during the No Kings protest in downtown Memphis. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Jessica Gertler. Shay Arthur is off tonight. MPD says protesters began blocking an intersection, claiming they were being disorderly and refusing their commands. So they pulled out pepper spray. Our Caitlin Barker explains what we know so far.
Now, authorities say this situation began when protesters began blocking the intersection of Ida B. Wells and Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue.
It's important for us to be out here doing this, you know, to stay home. And, you know, I think a lot of people are just frustrated. You watch these things on TV and you think, I got to do something.
Memphis deserves bold leadership. Memphis understands that there are no kids.
Protesters came from all over the country to rally against President Donald Trump and his administration at the No Kings Memphis protest.
My expectation is it won't bring about any change whatsoever, but it made me feel better.
The demonstration took a turn when protesters began blocking the intersection of Ida B. Wells and Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, creating.
Oh, they blocked the intersection. Oh, didn't I just say they blocked the intersection? Didn't I just say that's part of their training, that they purposely blocked the intersection? And it's the police's job. I showed both angles. The police asked them nicely, get out of the street. And I explained to you, they did the same thing in Minnesota. They purposely, by design, blocked the intersection. Oh my God. Oh my God. I was right. I was right. Double tap at the like button.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Jessica Gertler. Shay Arthur is off tonight. MPD says protesters began blocking an intersection, claiming they were being disorderly and refusing their commands. So they pulled out pepper spray. Our Caitlin Barker explains what we know so far.
Now, authorities say this situation began when protesters began blocking the intersection of Ida B. Wells and Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue.
It's important for us to be out here doing this, you know, to stay home. And, you know, I think a lot of people are just frustrated. You watch these things on TV and you think, I got to do something.
Memphis deserves bold leadership. Memphis understands that there are no kids.
Protesters came from all over the country to rally against President Donald Trump and his administration at the No Kings Memphis protest.
My expectation is it won't bring about any change whatsoever, but it made me feel better.
The demonstration took a turn when protesters began blocking the intersection of Ida B. Wells and Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, creating a disturbance in the area. Authorities say when the officers attempted to arrest a protester, the suspect began cursing and refusing commands, leading officers to pepper spray the suspect. When the suspect was searched, officers found a loaded .38 caliber handgun in his right pocket.
Does that sound complicated? That sounds pretty straightforward. Please get out the middle of the street. Please listen to me. They didn't listen, and then they had to pepper spray them. And when they pepper sprayed them, they finally arrested the guy, and then they found a loaded weapon. Can you guys believe this? It's not. They found a loaded weapon.
in the video, you can see protesters marching with their signs while a line of people peacefully.
What you see right now is, like I reported in the previous video, this is a different video. They are in the middle of the intersection blocking the street. She's not saying what's truly happening. This is why the police are even engaging the protesters, because they have been told several times to get out of the street. Now watch this.
They stand between officers and protesters. Now, it's unclear what caused the line to break, but moments later, as people move away, officers are seen deploying their pepper spray.
One more time.
In the video, you can see protesters marching with their signs.
You see them arrogantly. You see this person in the pink with the pink sign arrogantly stomping in the middle of the street. After me and you both know they have been told several times, get out of the street. I just reported to you that I just gave you an honest report where it said they were purposely blocking the street after being told to get out of the street, after being told by leadership over and over again, get out of the street. Democratic leadership on scene who did not help. Who remembers this guy from the Congress, from CNN, the guy with the afro? He's a Democratic leader. He's there in the middle of all the arrests and the guns and the pepper spray. He doesn't help. Look at this guy. He's like a lieutenant or a chief. He got all these badges and bars on his. He is asking everybody to get out of the street. Listen. Are you watching? Get out of the street. The police are coming to get the crowd under control. That's what the police do, crowd control. Get out of the street. Get out of the street. Get out of the street. And then we end up with this. Somehow we end up back in the street. Somehow we end up back in the street with you in your pink sweater stomping in the street. Stomping in my steel toes, headed to the murder show. Oh no, liquor store, here we go. Stomping in my steel toes, headed to the murder show. Oh no, liquor store, here we go.
In the video, you can see protesters marching with their signs while a line of people peacefully stand between officers and protesters. Now, it's unclear what caused the line to break, but
it wasn't peaceful, and it broke because they were in the middle of the street after illegally being told not to be in the street.
Moments later, as people move away, officers are seen deploying their pepper spray. Now, the woman who recorded the video says nothing she witnessed justified that level of force.
Yes, there were people who cursed. Yes, there was a chant that was said that mentioned the police in a negative way, but that's freedom of speech. And they had every right to have whatever was on their signs, and whatever came out of their mouths is our First Amendment right. I don't really care if the police were cursed at. Their reaction was not appropriate for what happened.
Now, MPD.
So I said earlier, I believe this lady is an anarchist, and I believe she is a leftist communist who is on the side of tearing down order, because any American, Democrat or Republican, loves the police, understands how hard it is to be a police officer. And when you see and understand that the police were doing their job, which is crowd control, keeping traffic flowing and commerce, I don't know how she justifies citizens not listening to police and not adhering to the permit. They were not legally allowed to be in the middle of the street. They had a permit to be in the park. What you guys need to understand is that we have people in our country who do not love America. Some of those people are on the socialist, communist left, and you need to listen to what they say, but more importantly, listen to what is not said.
If the police were cursed at, their reaction was not. But that's freedom of speech. And they had every right to have whatever was on their signs, and whatever came out of their mouths is our First Amendment right. I don't really care if the police were cursed at.
That what she's not saying there is this is anarchy. The Democrat socialist left want anarchy. The Democrat socialist left do not respect the rule of law and order. That keeps you safe. That keeps you safe. If we have rights, Bill of Rights and Constitutional, if there is no anybody to enforce it and protect it, then we don't have those rights. We thank and appreciate the police. We back the blue. You need to, are you guys truly hearing what she is saying? This is anarchy on steroids.
That mentioned the police in a negative way, but that's freedom of speech. And they had every right to have whatever was on their signs, and whatever came out of their mouths is our First Amendment right. I don't really care if the police were cursed at. Their reaction was not appropriate for what happened.
Now, MPD released a statement saying that pepper spray was used on individuals that were resisting arrest, and it's unclear if the individuals pepper sprayed in that video were being arrested at that time. Now, coming up at 10, you'll hear more from this witness on how she thinks things could have been handled differently. I'm Caitlin Barker reporting live for your news leader.
Now let's listen again at what really happened, how they blocked the road purposely, causing this incident, causing the violence, making the police put out the pepper spray. Double tap hit the like button as you come in.
Years ago, Memphis police clashed with those protesters during the No Kings protest in downtown Memphis. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Jessica Gertler. Shay Arthur is off tonight. MPD says protesters began blocking an intersection, claiming they were being disorderly and refusing their commands. So they pulled out pepper spray. Our Caitlin Barker explains what we know so far.
Now, authorities say this situation began when protesters began blocking the intersection of Ida B. Wells and Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue.
It's important for us to be out here doing this, you know, to stay home. And, you know, I think a lot of people are just frustrated. You watch these things on TV and you think, I got to do something.
Memphis deserves bold leadership. Memphis understands that there are no kings.
Protesters came from all over the country to rally against President Donald Trump and his administration at the No Kings Memphis protest.
My expectation is it won't bring about any change whatsoever, but it made me feel better.
The demonstration took a turn when protesters began blocking the intersection of Ida B. Wells and Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, creating a disturbance in the area. Authorities say when the officers attempted to arrest a protester, the suspect began cursing and refusing commands, leading officers to pepper spray the suspect. When the suspect was searched, officers found a loaded .38 caliber handgun in his right pocket. Now, authorities have not released the identity of the suspect involved, but we will continue to provide updates as they become available. I'm Caitlin Barker reporting for your news leader, WREG News.
So the suspect turned out to have a gun. I thank God that the police did their job. I thank God that the police did their job. We're talking about the Democrats and the rhetoric. And here is Stephen A. Smith asking the Democrats to stop. Who saw the tweet that where a Democrat said, stop trying to kill the president? It's not helping the Democrats in 2026. I promise you, it's not helping you Democrats in 2026.
What I will say is this. I'm sick and tired of us giving lip service to the narrative of dialing down the rhetoric. We need enough of that. Stop talking about it and do it. Stop talking about it and do it. You know, let's debate policy. Let's talk about what's actually happening in our country from a policy perspective, whether we agree or disagree and why, as opposed to engaging in name calling, speaking about people in incendiary and derogatory fashion, and fomenting and feeding into the hostility and the ire that some sick individuals out there want to exercise and engage in. Let's stop talking about it and start doing it. Because I got news for you. It's important that we do that. What I will say is this. I'm sick and tired.
It's important that we do that, straight up. So somebody earlier in my chat, and I say I have the greatest chat on YouTube. I want to say W chat. I got the greatest chat on YouTube. Thank you to my chat. Thank you to everybody watching. Everybody watching, do me a huge favor. Hit the like button and hit the subscribe. Thank you to everybody watching. Somebody in my chat earlier, golden moment, comment of the day said World War 11. They said War 11, and I knew what they were talking about. So this is for you. This is for the comment in the chat. For the entire chat room, I want to say thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. This is for you, to the brother who said War 11. This is for you.
The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War 11. The last time.
Hey, you know, I was ready for you. Hey, just like the Democratic protesters, I'm locked and loaded, baby. I'm locked and loaded, baby. I came with ammunition, baby. I came with a loaded weapon, man. Hey, my chat room said World War 11. A lot of YouTubers maybe didn't do their research. They wouldn't know what the chat room was talking about. When my chat room said World War 11, I wasn't at that point of the podcast, but I got time today because this is for the chat. World War 11, DEI. Remember earlier we talked about a purple-haired protester who was not prepared for her job. We all want to go? Do I still have it up? Let's go back to the purple-haired protester, the DEI hire, who was not prepared for the show. This is the issue that we're having with the Democrats. They're not prepared. They're not prepared. Jasmine Crockett, Omar, this purple-haired protester right here, they're not prepared. And it's not me. It's not me. I didn't make Omar say World War 11. I didn't make this purple-haired protester not be. Listen to this. Watch this.
Section 202 of the Clean Air Act. Where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case. You familiar with it?
No, I maybe others are. I'm not. But let me ask.
But that's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we, as an agency, don't have the authority to get creative. If Section 202 of the Clean Air Act.
No, but you don't have. Excuse me. You do not have the right to say climate change does not exist. That it's a hoax, and that's where this administration is coming from.
I understand you're upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because
you know what the major policies doctrine is.
Let me just
You're a member of Congress. You should know. Do
tell
you want me to tell you what the two biggest Supreme Court cases are of the last few years?
This is what I want you
Michigan
to tell
versus
me.
EPA.
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second and wait for the questions and answer the questions.
Well, I answered your question,
and you
didn't like my answer because you don't know what Loper Bright is, because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is.
And what you want to do is to deny.
No, I actually read the law. I do my homework.
Really?
You're just somebody who likes to have the microphone on. You know what I have to do? I read the law. I read the Supreme Court cases.
And I would say
no, what you should do for your constituents is actually read statutes. Our folks at the EPA is that you want to defund us.
I don't have to listen to this BS.
BS. You think I made up these cases?
This is what we talk about when we say DEI hire. When we say rhetoric, these people are not prepared for the show. Somebody in the chat said, I missed the first 9 wars. Somebody in the chat said, I missed the first 9. Oh, shit. And you know what's scary in that video is what he pointed out at the end, is that the problem is people like you who don't read these Supreme Court decisions that dictate how I do my job have oversight on how I do my job. That's the problem. That's why he's there. That's why he's pissed. That's why he's challenging her, because she has oversight over the funds, the money he needs to protect Americans, the money he needs to go by the Constitution, the money he needs to go by those Supreme Court decisions. This ignorant purple-haired protester has the oversight and the power to cut his budget. And he said that's important. That's so important that you are the one with the purse strings and you don't know shit.
The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War 11. The last time the
I picked this video because in case anybody, because the Democrats will argue, she didn't say 11. No. This is You got it right here. Every word.
Alien Enemies Act was invoked. It was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants.
Number one, she's reading about World War II. Can we just... So Somalians don't learn about Hitler. Somalians don't learn about Hitler. That's number one. Somalians don't learn about Hitler. She's reading about World War II. She's reading about Hitler. Do you see how many times she looked down? How many is this fake? See, I knew it. People would say it's fake. I know people would say it's fake. Number one, she has to read from her notes about something everybody knows. Everybody in the geopolitics. You are a congresswoman in America. You argue about whiteness and geopolitics. You don't know who the fuck Hitler is and the Nazis in Germany. God. This is why when I talked about Iran, I said to my audience, there's a lot of new people here watching. Listen to this. There's a lot of new people here watching. Listen to this. No, I'm speaking to her ignorance because it's a real thing and people want to lie about it. My wife is in her 30s. If you can look at my picture, I'm OG. My wife is in her 30s like Ilhan. As I talk about Iran, I realize people truly don't understand geopolitics and the history. So I said to my wife, I said, baby, do you know about the Berlin Wall? I asked my wife, do you know about the Berlin Wall? Do you know about East and West Germany? Do you know about the famous Ronald Reagan speech where he asked Gorbachev to tear down that wall? And my wife in her 30s, she didn't know about the Berlin Wall. She didn't know Berlin was separated. She didn't know about East and West Germany. She didn't know about the famous, now she was born in 91 or something like that, right? Or 89. She didn't know about the famous Ronald Reagan speech where he said, Gorbachev, tear down that wall. Here it is, a congresswoman in America. Our geopolitics are shaped by World War II. Right now, we're talking about NATO unraveling. I started the podcast today talking about a gentleman from the UK, realizing when he moved to Cyprus that he did not benefit from the European Union because of Brexit. The gentleman is 21 years old. My wife is 30. My wife doesn't know about East and West Berlin. The gentleman moved to Cyprus. He thought he would benefit from the taxes, but he is not part of the EU because he is no longer part of the EU because the UK did Brexit. We have King Charles coming to visit. I argue, I've said the world is changing. NATO is changing. Our relationship with the world is changing as a provider of oil and energy. The globe is changing. Part of that change is the romance that America has with Europe. Scott Jennings on CNN said the ideal of the West is this alliance between America and the UK. An extension to that is the EU and NATO. Scott Jennings, I love you. You do great work on CNN. You tell the truth. You stand up to those idiots. You are wrong about the monarchy. You are wrong about the UK. America and Gen Z, we are done with the romance that the 19th century and baby boomers had with the monarchy and European blue bloods and whites. If we're being honest, Europe is done with the romance of the monarchy. The prince was just put in prison. Meghan Markle left. Prince left. After Diana's murder, they have fell out of love with the monarchy. Why do you expect Americans to be in love with the monarchy? The House of Lords was just kicked out of the parliament. The royals used to get a seat in the parliament. It was called the Lords. The monarchy has fallen. Europe has been taken over by immigrants and migration. Islamic immigration and migrants have taken over Europe. This is why you had Brexit. You had Brexit because you wanted to protect from the migrants, the Islamic insurgency, right? So I watched a video of a young man who could not benefit from taxes in Cyprus because he's not part of the EU. He is a UK non-EU citizen because of Brexit. If you want to get mad at Trump, you don't. A lot of people want to discuss geopolitics and get mad at Trump, but they don't understand geopolitics. They don't understand this unraveling that I'm talking about. This unraveling I'm talking about. It started well before we invaded Iran on the 28th. It started with Brexit. It started with the UK leaving the European Union. Do you guys understand? The world is different. This young man is 20 years old. My wife doesn't know about East and West Berlin. The world is different. He thought he could go to Cyprus. The world is different. And it did not start on February 28th. But what Donald Trump did is put us in the race. What Donald Trump did is put us in the motherfucking global race. When the UK left the European Union, the world was changing. When Donald Trump said to NATO, you have to pay 5%, and we found out Spain doesn't even pay. When American citizens who gave Ukraine $300 billion to protect Europe, even though Europe and the UK are separate, how many Americans understand what this young man understood when he went to Cyprus? When Biden gives $300 billion to the Ukraine to protect Starmer and Macron, does America understand that it's not even united over there? Does America understand how much the globe has changed? When we give $300 billion to the Ukraine, does America understand about Brexit? And that the UK is not part of the EU and that the globe is changing? While Biden, old ass, wants you to believe in the Cold War rhetoric. Biden wants to give $300 billion to the Ukraine and fight Putin. Biden want to give $300 billion to the Ukraine and fight Putin. But there is no European Union. There is no European Union. What are we giving $300 billion to the Ukraine for if this 21-year-old goes to Cyprus and doesn't even understand he can't benefit from the tax breaks in Cyprus because he says Cyprus is part of the European Union, which is why he wanted to move there. But when he got there, they told him, you're not in the European Union. 21-year-old young man, a lot of you people come to my chat, think you know everything, like the young man who went to Cyprus. You're not in the European Union. You're not in the European Union. You don't get those tax breaks. You are a UK non-EU citizen. He was like, holy shit. I'm not part of the European. The globe has changed. The globe has changed. OPEC, so today, when I talk about the globe has changed, when I talk about Brexit, when I talk about NATO and Spain and Starmer and Macron, when I talk about the Ukraine, it's a lead. I'm leading up to OPEC. I'm leading up to OPEC and the UAE leaving OPEC. Why is this important? This is another example of old 19th century baby boomer, old world status quo coming to an end. Just like I said, it's happening in Iran. Whether or not you have westernized intervention in Iran, you will have change in Iran because the Iranians want something different. Just like it happened in Germany. Whether or not Reagan says to Gorbachev, tear down that wall, the people in the culture had changed. The people in the culture of Germany changed. Reagan was just having perfect timing. The people in the culture of Iran has changed. Trump just has perfect timing. The people in the culture of Iran, that's why they've been protesting ever since the 12-day war. That's why IRGC had to murder 30,000 people in order to maintain their regime, because the people are done. The culture has changed. They don't believe in beating gay people anymore in Iran. They don't believe in beating women anymore, to the point where they're willing to protest and die. Just like in Berlin. Just like in Berlin. Just like in Berlin, in East and West Germany, that most of you watching do not remember. And it's okay, because we're never going back. We're never going back to Berlin. We're never going back to East and West Germany. So it's okay if you don't remember. And one day our children will say the same thing about Iran, and we will never go back. We will never go back to the way it was now in Iran, where women are not free, where gay people are not free, where the Kurds are not free, where the Christians, there were 3 million. A lot of you don't know this, but there were Iranian Jews, Christian, and Catholics to the number of 3 million. They were pushed out by the IRGC. One day, you will not remember the fact that Jews, Christian, Catholics, and Kurds were not welcome and persecuted in Iran, just like East and West Berlin. Double tap at the like button.
United Arab Emirates announced it had quit the oil exporting group. The stunning loss of the UAE, a long-standing OPEC and OPEC Plus member, could sow disarray and weaken the energy-producing bloc. UAE Energy Minister Suhail Mohammed Al-Mazrouei told Reuters the decision was taken after a careful look at the regional power's energy strategies. He said, quote, "This is a policy decision and has been done after a careful look at current and future policies related to level of production." Mazrouei added the move would not have a huge impact on the market because of the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. It comes at a time when the Iran war has caused an historic energy shock and unsettled the global economy. OPEC Gulf producers have already been struggling to ship exports through the Strait of Hormuz. But the narrow choke point between Iran and Oman that once carried 1/5 of the globe's crude oil and liquefied natural gas has been effectively closed since the U.S. and Israel attacked Tehran at the end of February. The UAE exit from OPEC represents a big win for U.S. President Donald Trump, who has accused the organization of, quote, ripping off the rest of the world by inflating oil prices. Trump has also linked U.S. military support for the Gulf with oil prices, saying that while the U.S. defends OPEC members, they, quote, exploit this by imposing high oil prices. The move came after the UAE, a regional business hub and one of Washington's most important allies, criticized fellow Arab states for not doing enough to protect it from numerous Iranian attacks during the war.
So what does this mean? The UAE leaves OPEC. What does this mean? Let's read. It may not be okay. We can't read. UAE leaving OPEC is a very big deal. OPEC produces 40% of the oil supply in the world. As a cartel, they dictate production, meaning oil prices. The UAE is the third largest in OPEC, and they have a Fahara pipeline, which totally bypasses Hormuz. By exiting OPEC, the UAE breaks the cartel that is keeping oil prices high, unlocking 1 million extra barrels per day. So what you may not know behind this is there was a swap line. The Saudis wanted a swap line for US dollars. So as I stated, Trump has won the war. Trump has won the war. And what happens after war? You divide up the resources and you divide up the pie. So Trump has won the war. And part of winning the war is the fact that Saudi Arabia and UAE can't get their oil out either, right? The UAE has wanted to produce more barrels of oil, but they haven't because they're part of the OPEC. This will allow them to produce the oil that they wanted to produce, but they didn't produce before, which in the long term will do what for Americans? It will make the price of oil cheaper because the UAE has a potential to produce 10 more million barrels, 10 million. You heard me right, 10 more million barrels. That will be driving down the cost. And again, it breaks OPEC, like NATO breaking, like the EU breaking when the UK left the European Union, like the young man learned when he moved to Cyprus. When Spain is not paying their portion, when Donald Trump tells NATO, if you don't pay more, America is not going to be part of NATO anymore. You understand these old paradigms when the parliament is saying to the monarchy, we no longer need a House of Lords. When the parliament is saying just because you're born royal blood, you don't get a house you don't get a seat in the parliament. When the prince is leaving the royal family, when the prince is arrested for SA, the monarchy has fallen. These old paradigms are no longer, they are changing. And can we at least say they are shifting? The paradigm of NATO is shifting. The power dynamic of America with the capture of Venezuela and Iran and the oil, the 7 billion we've already captured in Venezuela in an offshore account in Qatar. Global efforts are shifting. I have video of a tanker leaving America with American oil on its way to Japan. I have video of an oil tanker leaving America full of oil on its way to Japan. Japan buying oil from America. Saudi and the UAE can't get their oil out. How many people understood for Saudi Arabia, because somebody put that in my chat, in order for them to get their oil out, they have to go through the Straits of Hormuz. So they have been blocked also. This is what's leading to this. Again, benefiting America. Listen to this on how Trump wins again. Then keep in mind what I told you about how we have already won in Iran. We have already destroyed the submarines, the submarine, all of the submarines, all of the Navy, all of the ships, all of the airplanes. But what did I tell you that you haven't heard on CNN? The supply chain has been disrupted, not only for oil, but for goods and services. Iran gets its wheat from Russia. The supply chains have been disrupted. It will take time to build those supply chains back up. But for now, Iran is not getting wheat from Russia. That is one fold. Second fold, the U.S. bombing campaign has destroyed the facilities and plants needed to process the raw wheat into flour. That means the Iranians don't have flour to make bread. This has been building up for the past 10 months and has reached an equilibrium now in April. I said since the 12-day war, Iranians have been dealing with increased inflation, bread going up 140%. They are short on bread and flour, so they created a state loaf. Are you guys listening to what could happen in New York under Zohrani Mamdani? What could happen in New York under Zohrani Mamdani, the American Ayatollah? Inflation was so high in Iran that people couldn't afford bread. So the state, the government, came out with a state loaf of bread. How many people familiar with Iranian on the ground, the realities of Iranian cities? Because everybody say, Iran is so big. Iran has millions of people. Trump was stupid. How many people know the truth about what's going on the ground with all of those 90 million people in Iran? They're fucking starving. They're fucking starving, and they've been starving for 10 fucking months. And now it's at a point where the people are going to riot, and it's worse than you ever could believe. Because there's no flour coming into Iran. Bakeries have shut down. Over the past 10 months, people have been living off of state bread. Imagine a USA loaf of bread given to you by the government. What quality would you think that was? And then they run out of that. Iran has so much inflation that the state had to create its own loaf of bread, and now they ran out of that. This is why I'm explaining to you America has won the war in Iran. Trump said today, I know a lot of you don't believe it, but this is what's behind what Trump said today. Trump said Iran is begging him to open the straits. Why would Iran be begging Trump to open the straits? So they could get flour, medicine, bandages, insulin. It's not just wheat and flour, it's insulin. Hello, it's antibiotics. Hello. The supply chains is similar in Cuba. Cuba does not have access to insulin. Antibiotics, there's a 96,000 wait list, and there are 11,000 people waiting for surgery in Cuba. Why do you think they can't do the surgeries? They don't have the insulin. They don't have the bags, the dialysis. They don't have anything to give care in a hospital, so they can't do the surgery. The same is true in Iran. If the supply chains are broken down, I'm telling you about the wheat. Obviously, when you listen to me talk about the wheat, you know I've studied it. But what's also true about Iran is the same thing that's true in Cuba. There is a backlog at the hospital of 96,000. Cuba's hospitals have been closed for months because when we took Venezuela, we stopped oil going to Cuba. Cuba hasn't had fuel and power in months. Hospitals have been closed. Even if the hospital could open, the supply chains have been disrupted. So let's say the hospital had power. They don't have insulin. They can't do surgeries. They can't take care of patients until the supply chains get back up and they get the things necessary to take care of the people. This is the same thing that's true in Iran. And it's not, and everybody listening to me, I need you to understand this. It did not start February 28th. I promise you, please understand, going back to the 12-day war. And these protests did not start February 28th. Please, I know you listen to Candace Owens. I know you listen to CNN and Rachel Maddow. They are lying to you. They are not giving you these truths on the ground of the starvation, the supply chains, the lack of medicine, the lack of antibiotics, the lack of insulin, the lack of care in hospitals for children and elderly. This is a reality. How many of the 90 million people are children? How many of the 90 million people are elderly who can't get their meds? This is true in Cuba. This is true in Iran. This is true in Cuba. This is true in Iran. It is not only true, it is sad. How about that? It is not only true, it is sad. I am not celebrating the fact that hospitals are shut down in Cuba. I am not celebrating the fact that hospitals are shut down in Cuba. I am just relaying this news and political information about how and why we will get a regime change in Cuba. How and why we will get a regime change in Iran. And why what you're hearing on legacy media is a lie. Why what you're hearing on legacy media is a lie. Now you add to what I just said to you, you add to that the UAE leaving OPEC. And what the world looks like post-Iranian conflict, with America getting millions of barrels and billions of dollars out of Venezuela. I repeat, what does the globe look like post-Iranian conflict? American citizens no longer have faith and trust in the monarchy and NATO. USAID shut down. NATO funding shut down. UN funding shut down. America, the #1 supplier of energy in the globe, petrodollar strong. UAE levying, OPEC crippled in power. Their cartel ability to reign oil prices crippled forever. It's just like the EU being part of the UK being part of that's done forever. NATO potentially will be done forever. What does the globe look like post-Iranian conflict? Let's listen to the OPEC story in the UAE and the oil production and how it looks long term for the American citizen. And can you say Donald Trump is the greatest president of our lifetime?
I wonder, first, what it says about the relationship between the GCC countries amidst this war, and also, what it means for production. Can the UAE put more oil barrels on the market without the constraints of OPEC?
Well, in answer to the last question, that's really at the heart of the issue. The UAE has long kind of pressed to be able to produce more oil without any kind of constraints from OPEC, or it's been one of the countries that has been eager to add more barrels, and by doing this, once the war is over, this gives it an opportunity to do so. In terms of the kind of unity of Gulf countries, I think that really, in a way, this is an opportunity for the UAE to do something when it's not going to cause a market stir. We know when the market or when the situation in the Middle East hopefully returns to normal, that the UAE is all of the countries are going to need to try and ramp up and get supply to the market. That's obvious. And right now they can't. There's a big shortfall that needs to be recovered. So they and others are going to be doing that. And in the early stages, this gives them an opportunity to do that like everybody else.
The UAE, of course, stuck like most of the Gulf countries are in terms of exporting its oil while the Strait of Hormuz is closed. If you take a look at the map, they need to get up and around and through the strait in order to get their oil out. How much can they put how many barrels can they put on the market right now, Alaric?
This makes no difference here and now, which is why you see no sustained reaction in prices. Really, there was an immediate kind of move, but in practice, until there's a clear kind of change in the security situation in the Strait of Hormuz, and in terms of regional production, this is a kind of a moot moment. There is not a lot of difference in supply that's going to come in the next week, in the next month, and even when Hormuz does start to normalize, it's not going to be an overnight process. So, even then, the addition of barrels, both in terms of production and exports, is going to take a while.
So this benefits us. It benefits us. OPEC, UAE leaving OPEC, and we just getting the breakdown of how it benefits Americans. The UAE leaving OPEC, and we getting the breakdown of how it benefits America. Double tap, hit the like button. UAE just left the OPEC oil organization after 60 years. This means it now has no limits on oil production or sales, more oil, cheaper prices, lower inflation, QE money printing. This is good news for Bitcoin and risk assets. Are you guys hearing that? This is good news for Bitcoin and risk assets. Donald Trump and the Saudi king meeting discussing the OPEC departure. Did y'all even know they met? Double tap, hit the like button. UAE leaves OPEC. UAE leaves OPEC.
Leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus effective May 1 after nearly 60 years. We want to produce as much oil as the world needs. The United Arab Emirates just announced they're leaving OPEC. This is a tremendous blow to the oil cartel, a total disaster for them. Fantastic news for America, believe me. Now it's time to drill, baby, drill! I declare that United Arab Emirates is leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus effective May 1 after nearly 60 years. We want to produce as much oil as the world needs. The United Arab Emirates just announced they're leaving OPEC. This is a tremendous blow to the oil cartel, a total disaster for them. Fantastic news for America, believe me. Now it's time to drill, baby, drill! I declare that United Arab Emirates is leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus effective May 1 after nearly 60 years. We want to produce as much oil as the world needs. The United Arab Emirates just announced they're leaving OPEC. This is a tremendous blow to the oil cartel, a total disaster for them. Fantastic news for America, believe me. Now it's time to drill, baby, drill! I declare that
fantastic news for America.
United Arab Emirates is leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus effective May 1 after nearly 60 years. We want to produce as much oil as the world needs. The United Arab Emirates just announced they're leaving OPEC. This is a tremendous blow to the oil cartel, a total disaster for them. Fantastic news for America, believe me. Now it's time to drill, baby, drill! I declare that United Arab Emirates is leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus effective May 1 after nearly 60 years. We want to produce as much oil as the world needs. The United Arab Emirates just announced they're leaving OPEC. This is a tremendous blow to the oil cartel, a total disaster for them. Fantastic news for America, believe me. Now it's time to drill, baby, drill!
Drill, baby, drill. Double tap, hit the like button. Everybody right now watching, do me a big favor, hit the like button. Everybody right now watching, do me a big favor, hit the like button. Let's go back to DEI hire Ilhan Omar and her lack of understanding of German geopolitics, history, and World War XI. One more time, World War XI, everybody. Can I get in the chat, World War XI?
The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI. The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was
I love it. World War XI. World War XI. Unbelievable.
Just before Cole Thomas Allen allegedly rushed towards a White House Correspondents' Dinner, a new criminal complaint says his family received an email electronically scheduled to send at that moment he charged the security perimeter. I don't expect forgiveness, it read. Secret Service stopped 31-year-old Allen, a part-time teacher, arresting him Saturday night after the shooting at the Washington Hilton. In pictures displayed from the U.S. Attorney's Office, Allen was armed with 2 guns registered to him, a 12-gauge shotgun, a .38 caliber semi-automatic pistol, and several hunting knives. You can see him here in this video, sprinting through a hallway outside the ballroom where the dinner had just started around 8:30 p.m. In the email sent to Alan's family, there's this line: "I experience rage thinking about everything this administration has done."
Make no mistake, this was an attempted assassination of the President of the United States, with the defendant making clear what his intent was. And that intent was to bring down as many of the high-ranking cabinet officials as he could.
Alan lived with his parents in Torrance, California, a quiet beach community and suburb of Los Angeles. Alan's LinkedIn profile says he studied mechanical engineering at the California Institute of Technology. Photos show he was a member of a Christian fellowship group. As a Caltech student, he helped build a robot that played soccer and was featured in a local news story in 2017 for developing an emergency brake for a wheelchair.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground.
After college, he would continue to design, this time his own video game called Boredom, described as a non-violent asymmetrical fighting game loosely derived from a chemistry model. He'd become a tutor at a college prep center, even getting named Teacher of the Month in 2024. According to the White House, Alan's sister said he'd recently become politically active, attending a No Kings March in California and joining a leftist group called the Wide Awakes. That group calls for activism without violence. He appears to have run a social media account that posted, "Put a traitor back in office, get treason. I don't understand why people are surprised by the U.S. ripping itself apart."
Violence has no place in civic life. It cannot and will not be used to disrupt democratic institutions or intimidate those who serve them, and it certainly cannot continue to be used against the President of the United States.
The complaint lays out Alan's movements. On or about April 6th, after President Trump announced he would attend, Alan made a reservation at the Washington Hilton. Amtrak records show he left Torrance on April 21st, stopping in Chicago and arriving in Washington, carrying, alleges the complaint, the 2 guns he'd bought in California. His sister told investigators he stored those weapons here at his parents' home in Torrance without them knowing, the White House told CNN. In the email sent to Alan's family, Alan wrote, "Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It is complicity in the oppressor's crimes." The email was signed, coldForce, friendly federal assassin, Alan. The prosecutor in Washington says it is possible that there could be additional charges depending on where this investigation goes. But for now, he is currently facing 3 different counts: intent to assassinate the President of the United States, transporting weapons and ammunition across state lines, as well as discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. Kyung Long, CNN, Torrance, California.
So what I have here is that Cole was building a top-down shooter game, First Law, that married the exact tactical infiltration he attempted at the Hilton. He turned his life into a level he thought he could beat. Unlike crooks who seem to strike indiscriminately at target of opportunity, Cole had a sophisticated political filter, sparing specific names while targeting others, a level of active discernment that the others lacked. The sibling warning in the families were blindsided. In Cole's case, the family was active. They knew the pressure was building. They received the manifesto and immediately called the cops. I brought it down earlier. How many people would immediately call the police officers if you receive such a message from your brother? Right? Audible warning. They called the cops because they knew his radical statements were shifting from talk to something real. How come they knew that, but no one else knew that? Coded execution. He bought guns in 2023 and 2025, stored them in his parents' house, and they had no idea. System integration. They work within the world as it is. System disruption. He joined the No Kings and the Wide Awakes, seeking to dismantle the world to fix it. Like I said, they believe their rights supersede your rights because they're more right. The intellectual, in his manifesto, he doesn't just vent. He critiques, he mocks the Hilton security as incompetent, and he taunts. Remember this, he taunts the Iranian agent could have bought in heavy weaponry. He's not just a shooter, he's a live stream critic of the very security meant to stop him. The during hello, open a manifesto with hello everybody is the ultimate digital age troll. It's a casual tone of a YouTube tutorial used to introduce a plan for assassination. It shows he viewed this as just another project. The activation of the invisibles. As noted, there's a large segment of youth who feel like ghosts. Smart, isolated, and digital overstimulated. Cole represents the moment that Ghost decides to become poltergeist. He didn't have a girlfriend or a house, so he had nothing to lose and everything to prove to his digital audience. What's up, Bridge? How you doing? What's up with you? Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. How you feel about this information we presented to you about Cole? How you feel about this information we presented to you about Cole? Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get more into it.
But you found a whole lot more. In fact, thousands of things more. Like what?
Well, that's right. We reviewed 4,700 posts from 2 social media accounts that appear to belong to the suspect, and they include comments that compared the President Trump to Adolf Hitler, encouraged others to critical of his presidency to purchase guns. Now, a Justice Department official confirmed to CNN that this X account, C-Force 3000, belonged to Allen. And then there's another account that appeared to belong to Allen on the website Blue Sky with biographical details that matched his life. Now, both of these accounts have been taken down, but we reviewed information from them on the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine. Those posts show a very clear.
Bridge just gifted 10 memberships. Shout out to Bridge for gifting those 10 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Truly appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. Welcome. Thank you and welcome to all the new members. I want you guys to use the emojis. Membership has its privileges. I've created some special emojis, and I want to see those emojis in the chat. Use those emojis. Bridge, all my new members. You have some special emojis that are unique to your membership, and we're going to get a member live stream, and we're going to get a panel, and we're going to get everybody to come up on the panel, and y'all could yell at me, cuss me out. We could have a debate, but it's going to be members only. You got to pay your membership. I'm waiting for people to have their membership for at least a month or 3 months. So after the first quarter, when we see people consistently maintain a membership, we're going to do a live stream and invite people to come up and have a debate and interact with the host as a thank you for being a member and supporting the channel consistently. So let's get back to our information here. We're discussing the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter.
Andrew Kaczynski, K-File. You have new reporting on the suspect of things you found just combing through his social media. So we're talking about this note, but you found a whole lot more. In fact, thousands of things more. Like what?
Well, that's right. We reviewed 4,700 posts from 2 social media accounts that appear to belong to the suspect, and they include comments that compared the President Trump to Adolf Hitler, encouraged others to critical of his presidency to purchase guns. Now, a Justice Department official confirmed to CNN that this X account, C-Force 3000, belonged to Allen. And then there's another account that appeared to belong to Allen on the website Blue Sky with biographical details that matched his life. Now, both of these accounts have been taken down, but we reviewed information from them on the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine. Those posts show a very clear shift over time. Early on, he was using his Twitter account mostly to post about the video game Super Smash Brothers. He was promoting his own content, but then 2024, this changes and he's sharing a lot of political content that's very, very critical of Donald Trump. Now, Allen appears to have started posting on Blue Sky in February 2025. That's just a few weeks into Trump's second term. The account frequently criticized Trump administration policies and lamented that more powerful figures weren't taking action against the president. He wrote in one post, "Everyone knows that Trump is an effing awful person in multiple dimensions and no one has done shit." Some of the other posts and reposts advocated for gun possession and purchases. One post, he said, best time to buy a gun was days ago in December 2025. And then he added, the second best time is today. The last month, he posted that Trump was a traitor. The posts also echoed arguments that he made in the message that he allegedly sent to family members before the attack that laid out a plan to target Trump administration officials and expressed anger at their actions. Now, in the message that he allegedly sent to family members, he signed off with the nickname coldForce. That's similar to both of these accounts.
Wow. Couple things to unpack. So it was obvious to some that he had developed these political views that seemed to be erratic and could potentially be violent, right? So much so that when his siblings received notification, they immediately called the police. I want to go over some of the tweets that they're talking about. He said he did a review, and I'm going to read to you some of those tweets right now. Security critique, the Moss Deuce leak. P.S. Okay, now that all the sappy stuff, this is part of the this is part of the we read the manifesto the other day. These are pieces of the manifesto, but I want to know about the tweets. Okay, this is part of the manifesto. I'll read this. This is the email in question. The surprise opener. If you haven't read the manifesto, hello everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. This has become the hook for almost every investigative deep dive into his mind state. The security critique. P.S. Okay, now that all sappy stuff is done, what the hell is the Secret Service doing? No damn security, not in transport, not in hotel, not in the event. If I were an Iranian agent, I could have brought in a Moss Deuce and no one would have noticed. The exception clause, this is all part of the manifesto and the email sent to siblings. I intend to target administration officials, prioritize from highest ranking to lowest, but not including Mr. Patel. He gave an exception for KashPatel. This is the quote that has the PTP Army digging into the KashPatel connection. Why was the FBI director the only one spared from the audit? And okay, so let me go back to let's go back to that and let me see. I had a I'm looking up. I had a table of all the bad tweets in the Blue Sky rant. So I'm seeing double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. Okay, here we go. Cole Thomas Allen Digital Audit, Blue Sky, the quote / rant, the intel signal. Blue Sky, security at the Hilton is a joke. I've seen better perimeters at a community college. It's not just incompetent, it's deliberate invitation for a cleanup of the, you say the T word, the intel signal targeting explicitly identified the White House the White House dinner venue as high risk. Here it is on X. Everyone is watching the Pacific Maritime strikes like it's a movie. Stop looking at the water. It's a distraction. The real strike happens where the policy is signed, not where the tankers are moving. Diversion suggests that the Maritime News OPEC oil tankers was a smokescreen for domestic technical issues. This is his tweets over time. STEM dev log. Target prioritization is the only thing that matters in first law. If the NPC doesn't understand why they are being audited, the game fails. Infiltration is 90% observation, 10% execution. He's talking in game speak. The game dev profile proves he viewed Hilton breach as a real-world application of game design. This is how he talks. Like I said, no friends, no girlfriend, living in the basement, 30 years old, of his parents' house. Blue Sky, here's another tweet. The silent generation thinks a lanyard and a metal detector keep them safe. They have no idea how invisible a technical insurgent can be in a room full of people looking for a type that no longer exists. Wow. Wow. And this is what I said. As I did my research, I looked at Cole and Thomas Crown and Tyler Robinson and the other guy, Dylan. All of these guys to me seem to be homegrown insurgents. You know how they used to talk about the insurgents and terrorists? Well, now it isn't. We don't have to worry about Islamic terrorism, or we don't even have to worry about communism and, you know, the Ruskies and the Russians coming. No, we got our own homegrown insurgency, and it's fucking dangerous. And I don't even know if we talk about it enough. Directly feeds your theory on why the basement tech profile is the ultimate security blind spot. He is telling you that there's a blind spot in the FBI profile where people like him are able to get by and get through. Ain't that something? He's telling you of the FBI blind spot. Here's the Blue Sky. The silent generation thinks a lanyard and a metal detector keeps them safe. This is how he felt. This is his tweets. Remember, I just played the video where they said they went through his account and they found all these different tweets that were telltale signs, right? I just played it. Let's play it again. They went through his account and they found all these tweets that I'm reading that were telltale signs.
Andrew Kaczynski, K-File, you have new reporting on the suspect of things you found just combing through his social media. So we're talking about this note, but you found a whole lot more. In fact, thousands of things more. Like what?
Well, that's right. We reviewed 4,700 posts from 2 social media accounts that appear to belong to the suspect, and they include comments that compared the President Trump to Adolf Hitler, encouraged others to critical of his presidency to purchase guns. Now, a Justice Department official confirmed to CNN that this X account, C-Force 3000, belonged to Allen. And then there's another account that appeared to belong to Allen on the website Blue Sky with biographical details that matched his life. Now, both of these accounts have been taken down, but we reviewed information from them on the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine. Those posts show a very clear shift over time. Early on, he was using his Twitter account mostly to post about the video game Super Smash Brothers. He was promoting his own content, but then 2024, this changes and he's sharing a lot of political content that's very, very critical of Donald Trump. Now, Allen appears to have started posting on Blue Sky in February 2025. That's just a few weeks into Trump's second term. The account frequently criticized Trump, administration policies, and lamented that more powerful figures weren't taking action against the president. He wrote in one post, "Everyone knows that Trump is an effing awful person in multiple dimensions, and no one has done shit." Some of the other posts and reposts advocated for gun possession and purchases. One post, he said, best time to buy a gun was days ago in December 2025. And then he added, the second past time is today. The last month, he posted that Trump was a traitor. The posts also echoed arguments that he made in the message that he allegedly sent to family members before the attack that laid out a plan to target Trump administration officials and expressed anger at their actions. Now, in the message that he allegedly sent to family members, he signed off with the nickname coldForce. That's similar to both of these accounts.
Wow. And here it is, some of those messages to share with you guys. Blue Sky, security at the Hilton is a joke. I've seen better perimeters at a community college. Again, I just played the video of I just played the video where they reviewed these messages, and I want to share some of them with you. Blue Sky, security at the Hilton is a joke. I've seen better perimeters at a community college. It's not just incompetent, it's deliberate invitation for cleanup of the traitors inside. Something's wrong with this boy. X, everyone is watching the Pacific Maritime strikes like it's a movie. Stop looking at the water. It's a distraction. The real strike happens where the policy is signed, not where the tankers are moving. Again, this is our guy, Cole. Steam. Target prioritization. Oh, I beat that word up. Target prioritization is the only thing that matters in first law. If the NPC non-player character doesn't understand why they are being audited, this is how he looked at the Trump, his what he was doing, he looked at it as an audit. If the NPC doesn't understand why it's being audited, the game fails. Infiltration is 90% observation, 10% execution. How y'all feel about that? Somebody said, surprisingly, Blue Sky admins don't try scrubbing it, right? And they didn't tell anybody either. Blue Sky, the silent generation thinks a lanyard and a metal detector keeps them safe. That's scary. This is what your 30-year-old employee thinks about you. The silent generation thinks a lanyard and a metal detector keeps them safe. They have no idea how invisible, listen to this, this is what he's calling himself, a technical insurgent can be in a room full of people looking for a type that no longer exists. That's powerful, bro. That's powerful, bro. Man, I don't even know what to say. That's powerful, bro. This guy is dangerous, man. This guy is dangerous, man.
I declare that United Arab Emirates is leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus effective May 1 after nearly 60 years. We want to produce as much oil as the world needs. The United Arab Emirates just announced they're leaving OPEC. This is a tremendous blow to the oil cartel, a total disaster for them. Fantastic news for America, believe me. Now it's time to drill, baby, drill! I declare that United Arab Emirates is leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus effective May 1 after nearly 60 years. We want to produce as much oil as the world needs. The United Arab Emirates just announced they're leaving OPEC. This is a tremendous blow to the oil cartel, a total disaster for them. Fantastic news for America, believe me. Now it's time to drill, baby, drill! I declare that United Arab Emirates is leaving OPEC.
Drill, baby, drill in the chat, man. Drill, baby, drill in the chat. That's all I got to say, man. Drill, baby, drill in the chat, man. Y'all remember, we've been in Memphis. Y'all remember, we've been in Memphis. We ain't done. Don't remember, we talking about the violence. We talking about the violence from the left. Let's go back to Memphis.
During Saturday's No Kings protests are now speaking out after being released. Thank you for joining us on the news at 6. I'm Pepper Baker. They are facing multiple charges following a disturbance in downtown Memphis. ABC 24's Shakina Davis has what happened and what they say comes next.
The men say they were among thousands protesting peacefully before things escalated. Now they're sharing their experience both on the streets and inside Tour 1 Poplar.
We heard people crying out for help and not receiving help.
Reuben Birch, Adam Nelson, and David Rayam were among several people detained during Saturday's No Kings protests in downtown Memphis. All three have since been released but are now charged with disorderly conduct and obstructing a highway.
There was almost 5,000 people there. There's lots of different angles, and this is what they do in the sight of 1,000 eyes. What happens in the basement here in the system is what's not seen, not reported, and uncared for.
The protest drew thousands.
What? It's always some white people, man. So who feels bad for this white dude, man? Come on, man. The police said get out of this damn street, man. Get out of the damn street, man. Who feels so, it's like Tim Wall. Who feels sorry for this guy, man? Come on, man.
Now they're sharing their experience both on the streets and inside Tour 1 Poplar.
We heard people crying out for help and not receiving help.
Reuben Birch, Adam Nelson, and David Rayam were among several people detained during Saturday's No Kings protests in downtown Memphis. All three have since been released but are now charged with disorderly conduct and obstructing a highway.
There was almost 5,000 people.
Correct. That's why you were arrested. You were obstructing the highway. You don't have a legal right to do that. You need to better understand the Constitution and that your rights don't supersede other people's rights simply because you think you're right. Shit.
People there, there's lots of different angles, and this is what they do in the sight of 1,000 eyes. What happens in the basement here in the system is what's not seen, not reported, and uncared for.
The protest drew thousands and started peacefully at Robert Church Park before moving through downtown. Police say protesters entered the street without a permit and blocked traffic, leading to a disturbance near the.
Didn't I say that? Didn't I explain what happened? The protesters entered the street without a permit and attempted to block traffic purposely. They entered the street without a permit and attempted to block traffic purposely by design.
What happens in the basement here in the system is what's not seen, not reported, and uncared for.
The protest drew thousands and started peacefully at Robert Church Park before moving through downtown. Police say protesters entered the street without a permit and blocked traffic, leading to a disturbance near the FedEx Forum. Officers detained multiple people and confirmed pepper spray was used. The 3 men, however, say police escalated the situation.
It's already clear to a lot of people what happened.
These white guys think they can say this, and this is part of the design that I point out in Minnesota, that they purposely use white people because they play on the Democratic racism. The Democrats have you programmed by race. So they have these white liberals get arrested. This is like the civil rights. They have the white liberal get arrested so the white liberal can stand up here and lie and say, I was abused by police. Police do it to white people too. But I already showed the video. What really happened was police was asking people peacefully, hey, return back to the park, get out of the street. Please return back to the park and get out of the street. And what you found is that, just like reported here, the protesters returned back to the street and blocked the intersection purposely by design. At that point in time is when the police, by the law, were forced, the protesters, you forced the police to intervene because you can't block traffic. And what if a car runs you over? Because we have a lot of immigrants here and they don't understand that white people are walking in the middle of the street and they might run you over. So the police job is to clear the street, to save your life and the lives of the cars and the pedestrians. That's part of their job. The police manage the traffic and the commerce. So you force the police to physically make you leave the street.
Watch those videos.
After their arrest, the men also described their time inside 201 Popular, raising concerns about the conditions in intake. They say their experience highlights broader issues within the system and hope it sparks change.
It's this strange limbo zone where all of the minimum standards of care that we would expect of any other institution doesn't apply when you're in intake. You can just get away with anything as long as you're in intake, but it doesn't actually take the 12 hours or the 8 hours that it should take. It takes days.
The 3 men are expected back in court in about 30 days. They say they plan to continue speaking out and taking part in future.
What a great show today, man. Great show today. Great show today. I agree, Bridget. I agree, Bridget. No cussing in the chat. I thought I might have had that word blocked. I thought I had that word blocked. I can get that fixed. No cussing in the chat. So some respect for the comments for the people in the chat. Yeah, Bridget. Yeah, Jane. Absolutely. Absolutely. How y'all doing, man? How y'all look like today's show, man? I'll see you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. I'm going to go grill some chicken, make some tacos. It's Taco Tuesday. I'm going to go grill some chicken. And make some tacos. What's this? So Ronnie Mundani, we already knew my parents always told me if you don't want the consequences, don't do it. Yeah, Taco Tuesday. I was going to talk earlier. A lot of people are new here. They don't know about my Watch Your Taco, my Watch Your Taco sermon. When I used to do the sermons, I used to have a Watch Your Taco Tuesday podcast inspired by Watch Your Taco sermon. Barbecue chicken, pineapple bell. Oh, Jane, I love you. Oh, what about, is that a Maui Zowie? I like Maui Zowie, but Round Table is $1,000. Round Table is $1,000. I don't know where Round Table get off, man. Round Table is $1,000. But I like the Maui Zowie. So you know what I do when Domino's has the sale? I think Domino's have 50% off right now. But when Domino's has the sale and you can have all the toppings you want, I go remake me a Maui Zowie at Domino's. It's good too. The last Maui Zowie, all you do it homemade on flatbread. Oh, that's smart. I make homemade pizza for my son too. My son has a couple, I don't know if I want to talk about it online, but I love my son, so I'll keep it private, but he eats a lot of pizza. He eats a lot of pizza, so I buy, at one time I was making crust. I had some gluten-free flour. I made him his own pizza crust. Yeah, I got into it. I love him so much. It's just, he's my prince, and I have a princess, and yeah, I used to make him dough, but now we use the store-bought flatbread, like from Costco. They got this garlic flatbread, and it's pretty cheap, like $5. You get like a bunch of them, so you can make like 10, 20 pizzas for like $5. And Costco got the pasta sauce, 3-pack for $8. So we can make pizza all day long. So we can have a pizza all the time. It's better than buying a frozen pizza too. And then we make it so we don't have any additional salt. So I know you know that because you make your own pizza. And sometimes I make the sauce where I grind up broccoli and carrots and I add it to the tomato sauce. So to sneak in the vegetables because it's going on the pizza. It's going on pizza. Like he eat the pizza taste. He says, "Is this pizza different?" I'm like, "No, it's the same." It's just a vegetable pasta sauce. And so Watch Your Taco Tuesday was a sermon that I did. And the sermon was about Watch Your Taco principles. So Watch Your Taco was about an understanding I had growing up, becoming a man, and my relationship with my mother and my siblings. So Watch Your Taco had to do with me understanding, there's this analogy in relationships on what do you bring to the table. So I tell a story of I was the oldest son, the oldest grandson, and I was a good guard dog, right? I would protect my mother, protect my brother. And I looked at it as my job to make sure that at the end of the day, my mother and my brother had a taco on their plate. And I was a good guard dog. We grew up in the inner city, in the ghetto. It was crime, it was drugs, it was violence, it was high stress and high trauma. It was a necessity for a guard dog. It was a need to protect your plate. You gonna eat your cornbread. So I felt I was trained to be a good black man and a good son and a good brother. And that equated to protecting my mother's plate, making sure my mother and brother had a taco. When I came to YouTube to help mentor young men with the wisdom I had gained. And one of the things I wanted to share with young men is that as this guard dog, as this protector of my mother and my brother, as I grew older and I had the necessity for protection. As a young man, I was very big and very strong. I never needed protection. I never needed help. It came a time where I needed protection. I needed help. And I looked down on my plate and I had no taco. Now I said to myself, how is this possible? How could I not have a taco? Everyone else has a taco. I've protected them for years. I've made sure they have a taco on their plate. But now, when I look down and I needed my brother or my mother or my friend to ensure that no one took my taco was gone. I don't know if they took it, who took it, it didn't matter. What mattered is on my plate was no taco. Everyone else had a taco on their plate. And then I prayed about it, I meditated, and what I realized is they weren't wrong. You know why they had a taco on their plate? Because they focused on their plate and making sure, part of it was making sure I helped protect the fact that they had a taco, but that was them making sure they had a taco. What did I do? I made sure they had a taco. I didn't make sure I had a taco. My mother made sure she had a taco on her plate. My brother made sure he had a taco on his plate. I didn't. I made sure they had a taco. I assumed that someone would do the same for me. You know what I learned as a man that I would share with young men? It wasn't their fault. I'm not mad at them. They're not responsible for my taco. That's why I start saying, watch your Taco Tuesday. It's your job to watch your own taco, and I'm talking to me. I'm talking to myself. What I learned from being a guard dog is instead of ensuring that my brother had a taco, instead of ensuring that my mother had a taco, it is my job and my only job to apply selfishness. See, I learned to be selfish. I was taught that being selfish was negative, and I was left empty-handed. I was left ass out, empty-handed, no taco. But then I learned how to apply selfishness in a healthy way, clear the clutter of my mind, focus on my plate. I learned how to apply selfishness in a healthy way, focus on my plate. Hey, how about I not only make sure I have a taco, but since now I'm okay, I've passed the mental hurdle. I've gotten rid of the people in my life who told me it was selfish. I was overweight, I was obese, but now I'm focusing on my plate and making sure I have food on my plate. Hey, how about I have healthy food? How about I have quality food? See what comes from being selfish in a healthy way? How about I have healthy food on my plate? How about I have quality food on my plate? This doesn't happen if you're not paying attention. If you're more focused on what your mother, your wife, your children, your brother, making sure my wife has the best, my kids have the best, but you're that guy who's overweight and dies of a heart attack at 55. My wife got the best. My kids got the best. But you die at 55 working the overtime shift. Who was watching your taco? Why you made sure your wife had the best? Why you made sure your daughter had the best? Why you made sure your mama don't ask for nothing? You died overtime. Who was watching your taco? See, it wasn't your wife responsibility. It wasn't your mama responsibility. You the one that set the parameters. You started this bullshit. You started the game. You said it was important for your wife to have anything and not have any wants. You like bragging about that to other men. It was you who said, my daughter doesn't have any wants. It was you who said, I'm going to work and I'm going to work overtime so my wife and my daughter and my mama and all these, I'm going to be quiet. All these women, and you die working the overtime shift. So I created watch. Let me put it in the chat. I'm going to put it in the chat. I'm going to put it in the chat. I created watch yo Taco Tuesday. That was the sermon I gave. This is a sermon I gave to men. This is a sermon I gave to men about learning how to be selfish and prioritize self. This is a speech and a sermon I gave to men. Watch Yo Taco Tuesday. Because who job is it? My wife don't have no wants. My daughter don't have, I'm going to work and provide. And you die of a heart attack. Who was watching your taco? Who was making sure you have fiber in your diet? Who was making sure you have fiber in your diet? Who was making sure you have fiber in your diet? Whose responsibility to make sure you got your fiber intake? Was it your wife? Was it your daughter? But see, when I start practicing healthy selfishness, I started to realize it's only me. It's my body. It's my health. It's my energy. If I don't understand how my body works, if I'm not getting blood tests, if I'm not going to the provider, if I'm not putting the right foods and fuel in my body, if it's my body, if it's my responsibility, well, God dog it, I'm going to be selfish. I'm going to be selfish. And men need to learn how to be selfish and practice healthy selfishness and realize it's your responsibility. Your heart health, your liver health, your mental health. That was a sermon that I used to tell men. I haven't talked about that in a long time. I haven't shared that wisdom in a long time about watch your taco. It hasn't come up. I don't know what moved me to share it today, but I thought I would share it. Watch your Taco Tuesday. It applies to men, women, children. Learning how to be selfish in a healthy way so that you focus on your heart, your mind, your body, your heart health, your mental health, your physical health. It takes selfishness. This is what you never learn about the people you see with the six-pack. Think about the people you know with a six-pack and the body in the position. They don't always answer their phone, right? You might want to hang out with them. They prioritize going to the gym. They prioritize healthy eating. Oh, I can't eat that. I can't do that. I won't go to that party. I don't drink. I'm gonna go work out. I'm gonna do. It's being selfish in a healthy way. How many people have these type of people in your life? You're not like them. You call them selfish dicks, but they prioritize themselves, and the results show. They have a healthy lifestyle, a beautiful body, a beautiful life, and a mental health because they prioritize their mental health. They protect themselves. When you bring about bullshit, they say, no, I don't want to hang out with you. I'm not going to participate in that. What are they doing? They're being selfish and protecting their mental health. No, I'm not going to eat that. I'm not going to drink. I'm not going to smoke. They're protecting their physical health. I'm going to go to church and pray. They're protecting their body. They're protecting their well-being. They're being selfish, and you talk about them. Oh, I called Trevor. I asked him to come hang out with us at the bar. He said he ain't coming. Oh, I called Trevor. I asked him to come with us to the strip club. He said he ain't coming. Oh, I called. Why don't you call Trevor and say you have a business proposition? You have a new book. You going to church. No, you call Trevor with bullshit, and you call Trevor selfish because he prioritizes his mental health, his physical health, his well-being over your bullshit. Oh, Trevor tripping. Trevor tripping. Trevor tripping. Is he tripping? Bridge said it's taking being on dialysis, needing a kidney to start focusing on me and putting everyone else on the back burner. I love so hard, but I need to love me more right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Gotta do it. Won't he do it? Won't he do it? That's what people mean. Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Oh, yeah, he'll put you in through that affliction. I did a sermon on Job. Won't he do it? Won't he do it? He saw the best in me when everyone else around could only see the worst in me. Huh? Won't he do it? He saw the best in me when everyone, you know, that song is so powerful. You know that song. You know why that song is so powerful? Because you know why it helped me? He saw the best in me when everyone else around could only see the worst in me. You know what's so powerful about that? What's so powerful about that is not that he's talking to self. What the most powerful part of the lyric is not that God saw the best in me. You know what the teaching is? You know what the learning from the song is? What Bridget is saying, what I am saying is, you have to see the best in you. He saw the best in me when everyone else around could only see the worst in me. The learning, the blessing is you see the best in you. You see the God in you. You start looking at you the way God looks at you. You start being selfish. You start applying self-love. No matter what everybody else sees and says, fuck you. He saw the best in me when everyone else around could only see the worst in me. It's about you seeing the best in you. I know you get caught up in the gospel. Ain't about God seeing, it's about you seeing you. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to make a change. And no question could have been any clearer. If you want to start the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. It's about you seeing the best in you. It's about how you see you. That's applying selfishness in a healthy way. The song is a powerful song. If you want the healing, it's how you look at you, how you value you, and other people will value you the way you value you. You have to see the best in you. You have to be selfish and believe you're the best. Don't believe the bullshit that people say. Oh, you're arrogant. Fuck them. You have to believe you're the best. He saw the best in me when everyone else around could only see the worst in me. He saw the best in me. It doesn't work if you don't see it. You guys hear me? It doesn't work if you don't see it. So what if God sees the best in you? It doesn't work if you don't see it and you don't believe it. I see it in you, Bridge. I see it in you, Jane. But it don't work if you don't see it. I see it in you, Bridge. I see it in you, Jane, but it don't work if you don't see it. Watch your Taco Tuesday. It don't work if you don't see it. Powerful, right? Powerful, right? I don't do no preaching no more, though. I don't do no preaching no more, y'all. They don't like when I preach. I don't do no preaching no more. I love you too. I love you too. This is why I do the show. I've been, you know, black people say many people are chosen, few are called. This is why I go through what I go through. I was called to this. Some people choose to do YouTube. They think it's fun. I quit YouTube so many times. God has me come back. God be on my head. Hey, why don't you go talk to the people? I said, God, you didn't make me a pastor. I don't have no church. I don't get paid. They don't donate. They don't tithe. God said, go talk to the people. I said, okay, God, I got to listen. Because he blessed me and he did so much for me. He pulled me out of that affliction, saved me from a drug addict mother, saved me from a drug-riddled community full with violence and murder, guns and drugs and all type of shit. Saved me from that shit. Pulled me from the depths of evil. 7 levels of depth. Yeah, I quit all the time, man. God be like, go talk to the people. All right. I love you, Father. I always listen because I thank you for your blessings and your guidance. It be hard, man, because the people give us Barabbas every day in my chat. Give us Barabbas. They don't understand geopolitics. They don't understand the economy. All they care about is hating a white man. Trump is a billionaire. He never had to be president. He said it the other day. He said, this job is so dangerous. He said, I didn't know how dangerous this job was, but it comes with it. He said, this job is so dangerous. Maybe I shouldn't have took this job because I'm a billionaire. I don't need the money. Everyone, all of you peons think Trump he's a billionaire. He didn't need the money. He wanted to make America great. He wanted to change what the Democrats had fucked up. He understood that the Democrats were handing over America to a new paradigm. You guys don't understand. The world was going one of two ways. Trump has made sure the Democrats and Biden had gave the world to China. Despite China's demographic issues and inability to be leaders, the technocrats have signed over to China for cheap labor and slavery. What you don't understand about America, what we don't talk about, is slavery and how America to this day is built on the backs of slavery and slave labor. Even in California, when it comes to the migrant workers who pick your crops. Even in California, I could talk about the Congo, we could talk about China and the iPhone and the manufacturing chips, but the globe is still based on slave labor. What's the minimum wage in America? $7.25. NAFTA, we talked about NAFTA. Send the manufacturing to China, but you have people in China jumping out of the window to where they had to put nets on the factories. Who remembers Chinese factory workers jumping out of the window to where they had to put nets to catch them? Slave labor. Sweatshops. Slave labor. In the Congo. Slave labor. How does NVIDIA make the money? Why does NVIDIA care about tariffs? Hello? How does NVIDIA become bigger in market share than Japan, than a fucking country? How does a company like NVIDIA have more money, GDP, and market share than Japan, a fucking country? Slave labor. Japan can't do slave labor, but NVIDIA benefits from slave labor. Amazon benefits from slave labor, putting Americans, slaving American children. Uber benefits from slave labor, slaving American kids driving. Uber Eats, slave labor. So you can say China, slave labor. You can say Congo, slave labor, but it's here too. And the corporation wants more profits every month. McDonald's wants more profit every month. Nike wants more profit every month. Every month, more profit, more profit. So Nike and NVIDIA, all these companies, they need the goods to come from China. But why is China so much cheaper? They're human. Why nobody ever had this conversation? What's cheaper about making it in China? Oh, slave fucking labor. There's nothing cheaper about making it in China. It's just it's legal to have slaves in China. There's nothing legal. There's nothing cheaper about making the cell phone and the cobalt. It's just NVIDIA is able to not pay the African. It's slave labor. NVIDIA is able to not pay the African. Slave labor. So humans still make the cell phone in China. They should make a livable wage, but China is a communist country and it's slave labor. So cell phone companies benefit. There's nothing special about China. They're same humans, just like they're humans here, just that they don't pay them. Hello? Hello? Okay, good night. See you tomorrow at 1 p.m.